Okay. I'm going to call to order the board meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for September 23rd, 2021. The first order of business is the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everyone. Item 1.2 is the board agenda approval. Could I get a motion, please?
I move that we approve the board agenda.
Thanks,
I don't know if
Phyllis.
I'm on, but
Okay.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Satish. Let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. The agenda is adopted as presented. Item number 2 is a public comments on closed session. Do we have any comments?
No, we do not.
Do not. All right, excellent. Then with that, then I'm going to go ahead and adjourn us to closed session. We expect to be back around 6 p.m. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene us back to open session. There's nothing to report from the closed session. So going on to item 7, opening items, 7.1 superintendent's report, please.
Great, thank you. So just a really quick update on, I know that we've been talking about the possibility of returning to in-person or whether we'd be allowed to continue our virtual board meetings. And so with the governor signing the AB 361, which does allow school districts to continue offering electronic virtual board meetings, we do need to, as a board, take action on approving that. And so we are going to hold a special board meeting next week just to address that so that we could continue our virtual board meetings into the month of October. We will actually then need to renew it every 30 days. We'll need to have bring it back as an action item, whether we want to continue or not. And so, again, I think one of the benefits that we've experienced is the increased community participation in our virtual meetings. And it's nice to see our numbers, as they jump up to the 200, 300, 400, which would be very difficult to accommodate indoors right now. And so it is one of those benefits that we can continue to encourage our parents and community to be involved and have a voice. So looking forward to that. And then I think all of you know that this is going to be our last board meeting with Akur as our interim CBO. So just really wanted to thank him again for the service. He came in July and just picked up and helped us move along as if we had never missed a beat. And so I really, really do appreciate it and enjoyed working with you and wish you all the best, and keep your phone close because you never know. And then our new CBO will be starting on Monday. So a lot of changes. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stacy. And then 7.2 school reports.
So I'll just continue on. So just really the update on our schools opening. We've continued to implement our guidelines. We are excited that we are able to expand our COVID testing. I know that we were able just to send out a communication earlier today. So we do now have testing available at every school site. We have testing available on Saturdays at our TRC, which is our Teacher Resource Center. The testing is open to anyone that wants to go in and get tested. We will continue to look at how we can expand the hours for the testing and the sites if needed, but feeling like we're staying on top of that. It's available for the families. No one is being turned away. The results come in approximately 24 to 36 hours, so we are staying on top of that. We continue to monitor with our staff. The expectation is for our staff, if they are not fully vaccinated, then they are subject to being tested twice per week. That's monitored by HR. Again, we're very fortunate. We have about 97% of our staff that are fully vaccinated, and we'll continue to monitor that as well. I know that contact tracing is one of the areas that has been challenging, I think, for all school districts, just as the unknown of what that would look like and how many we will need to do. We do have our COVID dashboard available on our website, so parents can see if we do have COVID cases emerging on our campus. Again, we're very fortunate that we have had no experience of an outbreak on any of our campuses. They've been an isolated incident. One of the areas that we have received some feedback from families is wishing that we could provide more communication as far as when there is a positive case on the campus. And so we're looking at how best to to provide that information to them. It's not a requirement. We certainly notify parents if there is a close contact or need to for quarantining, but we haven't done the general announcements for an entire school. So we're looking at how we might modify that, just again, to keep our parents in the information. It wouldn't require them to do anything. They would still be able to go and get tested if they chose to, but it wouldn't cause them to make any change in their students' attendance at this time. So that's all I have for the opening of schools report tonight.
All right,
Thank
great,
you.
thank you. Moving on to then item 8.1, do we have any communication from employee organizations today?
No, we do not.
Great, thank you. And then moving on to then item 9.1, this is public comments. So this is a portion of the meeting for the public to make comments for items that are not on the agenda tonight. So if you would like to comment on an agenda item, we'll take those comments when those items come up later in the meeting. And so there's a link to a comment card on the district website front page. So please fill out the comment card and we'll call on you. And so once your turn to speak, when we call on you, please raise your hand in Zoom and we'll unmute your microphone. With that, do we have any speakers in 9.1 today?
Yes, we do. We have two.
Okay, all right. I just also want to note that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit us from acting or commenting on items not on the agenda. So the board members will not respond directly to the speaker, address the comments, and requests from the public for the board to take up a particular matter can be at a future board meeting can be addressed to us. With that, then let's go ahead and bring up our speakers, please.
Yes, we have Niranjana Sankar and Lauren Kim.
All right, Niranjana and Lauren. All right, so if you could raise your hands, please. Okay, I see a Niranjana here, so let's go ahead and unmute her microphone and please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Hello, we are Wildfire Awareness Initiative, or WAY for short. Our organization was founded in 2021 by two Monte Vista high schoolers, Niranjana and Lauren. And given the worsening wildfire season and air quality, our mission has been to provide youth with resources to prepare, such as like raffles that we've done, resources to combat bad air quality, and other like events where we pass out flyers, and accessible opportunities to help the affected areas, such as donation funds and youth volunteering. Through these activities, we pass on important information to youth and their parents. And some of our past accomplishments include that within these past 9 months, we have been sharing informative posts on causes, effects, statistics, and how to prepare for wildfires on Instagram with a total of over 2,200 followers. And some of our events include webinars and Kahoots that we've hosted with the Santa Clara County Fire Department guest speakers to educate our Instagram followers and like local community youth on the Ready, Set, Go plan. And throughout quarantine, we've also collaborated on online card workshops to express our appreciation for the firemen who fight for safety. And we also worked on an app that simulates disasters and that is like made for youth to be able to play games and learn about wildfires that way. And given our efforts, the Cupertino Youth Commission nominated us for the Youth-Led Organization Shoutout. And recently, we have also received a sponsorship from the Fire Safe Council with an initial fund of $200. And with this money, we plan on hosting contests and a booth at the Cupertino Safety Commission Forum in October. And other resources we provide are weekly updates on important articles and statistics on current fires. Now, the reason we're here is that earlier this year in May, we pitched our idea to host Kahoot on wildfires for elementary students at one of the previous CUSD board meetings, and we were in contact with one of the CUSD board meetings people, and they showed interest in our Kahoot, but we weren't able to continue with this since in May, the school year was almost over. So, and then there were no board meetings over the summer, so now we want to present this idea once again. And I think Lauren will continue the rest of the presentation with her 3 minutes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and bring Lauren up next, please.
Okay, so to continue with what Niranjana has been saying, Kahoots are interactive quizzes where the teacher broadcasts the questions and possible answers, and each students click the answers on their own device. To win, each student works independently to answer the questions as fast but accurately as possible. As once elementary school students ourselves, we found Kahoots to be the most fun and engaging method to learn new information. We believe a short 5-minute Kahoot will leave the students more knowledgeable on how to prepare for wildfires. If a detail does slip their mind, we will send out electronic flyers with all the answers and information. With the flyers, they can refer to the information later on and share it with their parents. Our Kahoot is 5 minutes long with 14 important questions that address our misunderstandings and provide background information on preparing for wildfires. Our questions are carefully crafted to cover the causes, effects, and statistics on wildfires, while also addressing how to prepare for it all. The Santa Clara County Fire Department also collaborated and provided feedback on our Kahoot questions. Of course, we are open to suggestions and improvements on the Kahoot. Given the current pandemic, the Kahoot and flyers are all online and can be done through distance learning, which would reduce contact. We can also provide the links to the Kahoot and flyers if you don't have them right now, and have emailed one of the board members, Nancy Mack, the information to pass on after the meeting. And you guys can feel free to email us at wayforchange@gmail.com. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Okay, Aaron, those are our two speakers during 9.1 today.
That were submitted in time, correct?
Okay, great, thank you. All right, moving on then, we have item 10 is the consent calendar. We have 6 items on consent today. Could I get a motion, please?
Happy to move all 10,
Thanks, Lori.
10-1 to 10-6, sorry.
Thank you. 10-1 through 10-6. Could I get a second, please?
I second.
Thanks, Phyllis. Let's go ahead and vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Motion passes 5-0. All right, this brings us to 11.1, staff recommendations for school consolidation and closure. Floor is yours, Stacy.
Thank you. So before we jump into the presentation tonight, I did just want to take a couple minutes and acknowledge and recognize that the conversations, the discussions are filled with a lot of emotion. We know that our families love our schools, they love their communities. CUSD is such a rich, vast, academically strong district that when we look at our schools, I think it's important to remember that every one of our schools offers so much to our children. And so although it's a difficult conversation as we identify where we may need to close or consolidate schools, the flip side of that is that positive environment that our students are still going to get as a member of CUSD. And so I know through the course of the last 2 years, all of our conversations, as we've listened to parents speak and speak so highly of their neighborhood school, we acknowledge that. You know, many have bought homes in that area next to the school. Many of our families have had children, their siblings go to the school. Many of our family members have gone to the schools themselves. And so although it's painful to take away a school, the positive side is what gives back to the CUSD as an entire family and to build those new neighborhoods. You know, through the course of CUSD, at one point we were a high of 45 schools. We're now down to 25 schools. You know, so we have experienced that loss and we've recovered as a community because we do bond together and we do care about kids. And although we make hard decisions and they're not always decisions that everyone likes, I think as long as we all keep our focus on what's best for our kids now and in the future, we'll make the right decisions and we'll build and continue to make CUSD that strong environment that we want for all of our families now and in the future as well. So I know that tonight's presentation will cause a lot of different emotions, a lot of roller coaster emotions. At the end of it, some families are going to breathe a deep sigh of relief and say, whew, it wasn't mine. Others are going to be very disappointed and perhaps angry that we selected ours, but really want to understand the course that we have taken has really been the course over the last couple of years, trying to look at all different possibilities before even getting to this point. Just, you know, as that reminder that 2 years ago, we formed our CAC based on our information session. So the Citizen Advisory Committee came in. It was represented from parents and community members across the entire district. They took a very hard look at all of the data, the historical, our projection trends, our budget. And they came forward in October of 2020 with a recommendation, and that recommendation had 6 different scenarios for board to consider. Really some very well thought out how the impact of each of those scenarios or school closures would impact others. And then we did decide to put that on pause last October. Again, based on a lot of our feedback from our families and our community, wanting that one last attempt to pass a parcel tax, which unfortunately it didn't meet the 2/3 vote that we needed in May of 2021, and we needed to resume the conversation and had committed to bringing back by September. Again, have used these last 2 months of board meeting really to try to bring back the data, to review it, to remind people where we've been and why we are in this point. Our declining enrollment continues to decline. The information we've shows that it continues through 2029. We have experienced the declining at a faster rate than even anticipated. We know that some of that may be to COVID, but it was there in existence prior to the COVID. And so the COVID had just accelerated it, but we were still in that declining enrollment. So just to keep all of those pieces in mind as we go through the conversations for tonight. So if we can bring up the slide there. And go to the next slide. So tonight we really wanted to cover 3 different areas. We wanted to remind everyone the district priorities, because that's what we are all here to sit and talk about, is our district priorities. Everything that we do aligns with our district priorities, and we need to keep that in focus as we make those decisions throughout. We also want to review the criteria, ranking, and scores. We know that we were able to put out a dashboard and wanting to make sure that our community understands what that information is on there and how it was used as our recommendations. And then finally, we will share with you what our staff recommendations are for our school consolidation and closures. So our district priorities were developed last spring and really do align with our strategic plan. Focuses on 3 different areas, and they really are intertwined. So we can't just focus on one of those priorities. They all 3 need to be part of the planning as we move forward. And number 1 is our academics of our students, and that is always going to be our priority. It's always going to be our focus, and we really want to look at the whole child and continue to support, whether it's through MTSS, whether it's through the academic, whether through the math pathways, but every student gets to have that academic experience throughout every campus that they go to. The second priority emerged from feedback from the community over the last 2 years is although communication was out there, that feeling that they weren't engaged enough in the process or involved. And so communication was going out to them, but didn't feel like they had their voice back at either the district level or the site level. And so staff and as a board, we determined that that was one of our priorities and our values, that we want to ensure that our large community is always feeling like they're involved and engaged in our work. And then the last one is the district sustainability. It really is looking at our fiscal and our resources. How do we continue to ensure that our fiscal and our resources align as we go through this declining enrollment, knowing that that will be something that we're going to have to deal with over the course of the next 8 to 9 years before enrollment levels off. So our student enrollment, if you look at over the last 6 years, from 2015-16 until our 10-day enrollment count in August of this year, we were at an enrollment of just under 19,000 for the 2015-16 school year. And then we continued to decrease until where we are currently sitting with just over 14,000 students. Our original projections didn't have us falling quite this low until the 22-23 school year. So again, we are at a much accelerated rate of our declining enrollment. We knew that we were in declining enrollment, and again, that's why we've been having these conversations. I think what's important is we look at our 2015-16 number of 19,000 students. We had 25 schools in operation, and we look at our numbers in 21-22 at 14,000 students, and we have still 25 schools in operation. The other, as we've been held a town hall meeting last night, we've been meeting with community. We certainly hear from our community. Some of the reminders that are perhaps those misperceptions that are out there that I really wanted to clear up before we even go into the considerations and recommendations is that with the conversation and the identification of schools to close and consolidate, it does not increase the class size at our schools. We have an agreement with our teachers union that actually shares what our class sizes are going to be. And we will continue that even through the school consolidation. Our grades kindergarten through 3 are at 24 students to 1 teacher. Our grades 4 to 5 are at a maximum of 33 students to 1 teacher, and our middle school is at a 25 to 1 ratio. So those will continue as we move forward in our school consolidation. The other clarification, I know that there's a lot of conversation out there that what will we do with our surplus property? The intent is to lease the property. Again, we have a lot of interest in our properties within the district, and our desire is to lease those, not to sell them. We have had the benefit of maintaining a couple of our schools that were vacated several years ago. When we lease those, we keep consistent vendors in there, and that's an incoming revenue stream that comes to us each year, and that would be important for our fiscal budget moving forward. The other one is there's been the questions as our projections, are they accurate? One, they are projections. So you always have to understand that a projection is based on the information known at the time. Our decision insight and our previous demographers did incorporate any known or approved housing developments that were going to go in. If something is just being talked about now, but there's no action on it, those would not be included in the numbers. But again, we adjust, and that's why oftentimes you'll see us bring back new projections. Each year we rerun our numbers, and we have a new projection to share with you as well. We're in the process of doing that right now because, again, we started the school year in a much faster decline than we originally anticipated. So we will continue to update you numbers with that as well. The other piece, as we're talking about the school closures and consolidations, is really, they were not intended. They're not going to go into effect the current school year of 21-22. That it was really talking about using this year to do the transition planning and to work with our neighborhoods and our schools and our staff and our parents to make that happen as smooth as possible for the 22-23 at the earliest school year. And then the other one that is still out there and lots of conversations as we put out the dashboard is that our alternative schools are not being eliminated. That's been a conversation that's gone on over the course of the last couple of years, that our alternative schools are an important valued part of our district. There's wait lists to get into the alternative schools, and so the 4 alternative schools will continue to be in existence. They're not being eliminated. Wanted to spend a little bit of time. I know that we showed this with the criteria ranking and how this was developed. And so I'm going to ask, Leslie's going to share the rubric and how that was developed. And then Aaron and Mahmoud are going to do a quick run through of what the dashboard really looks like and how to use it and apply for it. So I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Great, thank you. So at the board advance on August 26th, staff presented the rubric with the 10 criteria to the board. The criteria that were identified was created based on information from other school districts who had gone through closures, criteria that they had looked at, our own board meetings, public comment, community meetings, our town hall meetings, and the work of our Citizens Advisory Committee. Board members on the 26th had a total of 100 points to spread over the 10 criteria. And then when all board members' scores were combined, we identified the weight of each criteria. And so, for example, our neighboring schools that are their neighboring schools that will have the capacity to receive the school's student population, the range from board members was 9 to 20 out of each of your 100 points. And it ended up being a 14.6 criteria ranking or criteria weight. When we looked at the first criteria, the neighboring schools, we looked at shared boundaries with capacity. We looked at number of classrooms. We looked at 10-day enrollment numbers. The second criteria was in regards to student enrollment being low. We looked at the 10-day count. We also looked at whether or not a school had 2 or less kindergarten classrooms. The third criteria, with the projected declining enrollment, we looked at our decision insight projections, and we looked at the number of less than 425 students in the 2026 school year. The fourth criteria, the geographical neighborhoods, keeping them together if a school were to be closed or consolidated, we looked at distance. We looked at 1.5 miles or less from one school to another school. The fifth criteria we looked at, are we able to, hold on, I lost count here. On this little graphic, we looked at the current middle school feeder patterns if a school was closed, and whether or not we had the capacity at middle schools with boundary shifts or site movements to be able to welcome students feeding into those middle school campuses. For English language learners, the 25% or fewer, we looked at our 10-day count and the number of English language learners at that point in time. For the low socioeconomic status, we looked at our free and reduced lunch data and 10% or less of that. For our facility inspection tool, every year we go through a fit assessment of all of our campuses that's published in our SARC reports. And we look to see if a school was below fair on this tool. The 9th criteria was looking at whether or not we could use the school that is closed to generate additional revenue or savings. And then for number 10, we looked at current traffic issues. We looked at drop-off and pickup points. We looked at ways in which students walk onto campuses. And we looked at the time in which it took for traffic to clear. And we looked at whether or not it was greater than or less than 15 minutes. And so I'm going to turn it over to Aaron and Mahmood that will walk us through our dashboard.
So on the first page of the dashboard, it takes each criteria question and shows the school's corresponding data. So the first school listed is Blue Hills. The order is in alphabetical order. You can select any school you would like of all of our elementary schools. And it will refresh the data for that particular school. There are also some other pages on the left-hand side.
I'm
which
sorry, I'm
include-
having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry, which include the criteria rubric. And then also a timeline of the related board agenda items for the past 2 years. And some other additional resources, including a white paper from Decision Insight, which is our company that we use for our projections. It details how those projections are calculated.
So we also have information on how to search board docs. So we know that the timetable is quite extensive, but the best way that we can help you and the community to search is really show you how to do the searching. So we have the timeline here that Erin was able to capture from the last couple of years, but then we shared a video on how to search through board docs to find additional resources. And that's linked on this last page.
Thank you. And we really wanted to have that out there so that the community could follow us along in this process and start assessing, whether it was their family school or a neighborhood school, so that they could have a sense of where we're headed with this. And we'll share what our rankings are and how that was used as part of the considerations for the recommendations and closures as well. Next slide.
So the next thing we wanted to just show you again is our district map. Each of the schools, or each of the colors represents our current schools. If you remember from last year, when we began our community advisory committee, we had a map that looked similar to this. This was the map actually presented by our CAC, our Citizens Advisory Committee, at the end of their presentation or during their presentation to the board. What you'll notice here that is different from the one that we originally shared was the sort of jagged line that goes around Nimitz and down to the Saratoga area. When we had originally presented it to the board, we had 2 lines. We had one going up and down Hollenbeck, and we had one going up and down Sunnyvale Saratoga Road. What we showed with the quadrants is we weren't quite sure where to place, for example, Nimitz, because it sat between 2 pretty major roads. As we know, Nimitz students Most of them, or at least their feeder pattern, goes to Cupertino Middle School. But when the Citizens Advisory Committee presented their recommendations and scenarios, this was the last map that they had presented. What is important to look at, because you'll see it again in our presentation tonight, are the different quadrants throughout the district. If you look at the southeast quadrant, you will notice that there are 7 elementary schools in the southeast quadrant that are neighborhood schools. It's where we're seeing significant decline, as we are across the district, but some of our smaller schools. In addition to that, we have 3 of our alternative schools that sit within that quadrant. I'm going to turn it over to Stacy.
So I think we're ready to share our first recommendation. So if we can go to the next one. Our first recommendation is really addressing our middle schools. And after we have had our discussions and taken the work of the CAC, as well as really analyzing where we are with our enrollment numbers and our projections, as well as we shared at one of our previous meetings the desire of what we really want to have experienced at a middle school, and really valuing our students having the opportunity to be choice of electives, to have choice where our teachers can collaborate. And we recognize that if a school gets too small, then that's jeopardized. As well as if a school's too large, it becomes difficult for our middle schools to have an identity. And so as we're looking at our projections, we really feel and determined that it probably is not feasible to consider closing the middle schools for the next 3 years. Our enrollment is declining, but it's still at a very strong operational level that we can provide those experiences to our middle school. We would recommend that we continue to monitor that. Again, our declining enrollment may happen faster than we anticipated, and we may need to review that. But really looking ahead, and as those numbers, if they do start to drop below that 700, is to reconvene a citizen advisory committee and begin specifically looking at a middle school, whether it's necessary to consolidate or close a middle school. We will continue to work through our open enrollment with our families to try and balance middle school and give those opportunities for enrollment, as well as work with Fremont Union High School to ensure that we're honoring those feeder patterns into the high school as well. Again, we're not unique in our declining enrollment. I think our high school districts are declining enrollment, and we really do all want to try to balance our school. So this time, that really is our recommendation, is to not to look at any of the closures or consolidations for our middle schools.
So on this next slide, before we begin to share the other recommendations related to elementary schools, what we want to show you is slide 10 and 11. It's the same data. It is just presented in a different way. So if you refer back or think back to the rubric, the 10 criteria that were weighted, on this, using the information that you can see on the dashboard, we gave values to each of those. So for example, if I'll take the first one, if you look at Stevens Creek and you compare it to the dashboard, they had 7 yes votes to the questions asked on the rubric and a total of 82 points. You'll notice there are other schools that had 7 points also, but depending on what the yes was, where the yes was, the criteria would have been weighted differently. So what we've showed for you on this slide is it organized by quadrants. So you can see the schools with the highest points in one quadrant or the lowest points in the quadrant. Once again, you'll see that we've got different sizes or different number of schools within each quadrant. If you go to slide 11, you see the same data, but presented in a different way, showing the highest number of points. Remember, it's out of 100. So the 92.6, where we have quite a few schools that received 92.6, to the lowest number, 15.2. So this is just framing the conversation in regard to the following recommendations.
Thank you, Leslie. So our second recommendation is to look at consolidating Muir Elementary School We would continue to maintain our YCC program that's located at Muir. We would also maintain our Cooper Doodle at the Muir site. Our TK5 students that currently are enrolled at Muir would join Dilworth Elementary School. Although they would have a priority enrollment in Blue Hills if they chose to go to Blue Hills. Automatically, students would be enrolled in Dilworth, but again, a parent may opt if they would prioritize and want to go to Blue Hills. The strengths when we look at this is that it does maintain that feeder pattern to Miller. The students are really contained in the same geographical area, and that was really important as we were looking at the distance between schools and the distance and travel time of students. The new school, Dilworth, does have the capacity to embrace and include all the students from Muir. And then all students can move to that one site if all parents opted to go to the Dilworth location. Recommendation 3 would be to relocate our CLIP program to the Muir school site. We would also, as well as maintaining the YCC, we would maintain the Mandarin preschool at the Muir site. And the strengths there, it really does meet that commitment to have the CLIP alternative school have its own site. It maintains the feeder pattern to the Miller Middle School. There's adequate transportation access points for drop off and pickup around the campus. And it really, the Muir site's campus size-wise and classroom capacity is equitable and comparable to what our other 3 alternative schools are provided, Berea, McAuliffe, Murdoch, Portal. So they all have about the same classroom capacity, same size of the campus, and makes the 4 of them equal terms. Recommendation number 4 is to close Regnart Elementary School. Our K-5 students would join Lincoln and Blue Hills. The students would have a priority to either Lincoln and Blue Hills. When we look at the geographical map of Regnart, there is a divided line along Rainbow where students south of Rainbow would shift to Blue Hills. Students north of Rainbow would be able to shift to Lincoln. Again, this allows the students to stay in geographical areas within close proximity. It creates a stable enrollment at both Blue Hills and Lincoln. They would have that option to still consider to continuing attending Miller if they chose Blue Hills, or they could attend Kennedy if Lincoln is the chosen. When we look at the division within Regnart, part of it is we want to be out in the community and meeting with families to see, is there a stronger desire for more of the Regnart families to go to Blue Hills? Blue Hills can certainly accommodate more. Lincoln is somewhat limited in the number of students that they could take. They couldn't take the entire population of Regnart, but they could take a very large size of Regnart as well. So we were looking at some natural splits there for the Regnart community to make a choice to. The other one that we do need to consider as we're talking about Regnart's closure and consolidation is they do have special day classes that are located on the campus. One of the areas with our special day classes, we actually each year look to see where the classes are going to be located. We look at the composition of those classes because they're not neighborhood schools, they're actually district schools. So students come from various neighborhoods, and then we select a site that seems to be a central type location or an easy access location for the families that are going to be attending that class. And so we do have some flexibility in looking at where do we want to place the class in for the following year where it really does meet all of the families' needs and can make that shift accordingly. The recommendation number 5 is to close the Meyerholtz school site. Students in the neighborhood K-5 that attend Meyerholtz would join Eaton Elementary as their new home school. However, knowing that families may want to have a choice, they would also have priority enrollment to attend Blue Hills, Dilworth, and Sedgwick. Again, their designated homeschool would be Eaton Elementary, but they would have priority enrollment into the other 3 sites that can accommodate new students coming in. The strengths are that it allows the students to shift to a neighborhood school where is a very close geographical proximity. It creates stable environment for the enrollment. And then they would continue to have their feeder pattern into Miller Middle School. Or they could opt to, as Eaton currently feeds into Lawson Middle School, they could choose to go to Lawson Middle School if they chose to, but they would still have their main feeder pattern into the middle school that exists now. Recommendation number 6 is really more of an overall helping us to build that stability as we move forward in the outlying years is to cap the alternative schools at no more than 4 kindergarten classes. And just as a reminder, a 4 kinder classroom school equates to about 580 student enrollment. And so all of our alternative schools would be capped. That's really that optimum size of schools that we were hoping to get everyone to. Allows some to grow slightly, but not to grow too much. And I know that as a concern is having them take away neighborhood kids, this would keep it balanced and controlled. Along that line, moving forward, we would staff all of our elementary schools with a minimum of 2 kindergarten classrooms. This is really not going to be a concern in these next years. By year 4 and 5, it may be an area that we have to implement as enrollment declines in some of our areas. But by providing 2 kinder classes at every classroom, it allows for neighborhood students to fill the 2 kinders. Those that aren't filled with neighborhood would then open enroll students, take in open enrollment. Or if we still had some vacancies, we could look at that being an overflow site. But it allows us to maintain that small elementary school, but it still allows us to offer the programs and the collaboration and not slip below that under 2 kindergarten classroom that has been a concern of ours. And then the last bullet is really allowing that priority enrollment to designated school zones. And really what we mean by those school zones is we look at the close geographical areas of our new combined neighborhoods, is offering some choice to families as we look at where our new boundaries going to be established. Part of that will be working with the community after the decision is made. If we approve these closures, where we have some zigzag type boundary lines that we may want to look at where do they fit naturally. If an entire area is moving to one school, then that may be our new boundary. We also will look at for the priority for the 22-23 school year, what would happen after those outlying years. So those will be right now we want to give the priority for 22-23. We did purposely put all of the school closures and consolidations and happening in the year 22-23. We did have a long discussion whether we staged that and did it in different phases, feeling like in the best interest of moving forward and forming these new neighborhoods and that transition into the new CUSD is to have it done in 1 year. We know that we can shift the students and we have spaces for them at all the schools that we're recommending them to go to. Our staff would have positions at all of the schools, so we would be able to offer our staff those at schools that are being closed, they would have a transition. It gives us this year to really work with our community to again re-identify the schools that are joining together, have an opportunity to join their PTAs, but really wanting to make that transition as smooth as possible for them and engaging them in the conversation. The next slide is a representation of what those new neighborhoods would look like, those new geographical areas. So if you look at the green shade in the southwest quadrant, that would be the newly merged portion of Braegnart with Lincoln. The blue region south of that would be the new formed region that blends Blue Hills and the other half of Braegnart. If you shift into our southeast quadrant, kind of the pinkish red color, that is the merging of Dilworth and Muir community. And then the orange, yellow, bright pink is the merging of Eaton and Meyerholtz neighborhood. And so geographically they form together well, not the major freeways that any of them would have to cross. We do recognize that there are some busy streets that students would have to cross. Geographically, we wanted to make sure that we still maintain that 1.5 walking distance for students, knowing that many of our students do walk. So really tried to take into all of those considerations. The other pieces, as questions have come up and why this and why not that school, we really did take and run every school through the assessment and really had a conversation about each school is what if we did this school, what would happen to it? And these really stood out as being able to be done least impactful to our families and our communities, creating a new community that welcomes them. Part of the difficult part of discussions of closing schools is once you decide to close a school, it's so important to create those new neighborhoods that welcome our students. And so that will be the work that really is ahead of us for this year, and to ensure that all of our families feel welcome in the neighborhoods that are now their neighborhoods and bring forth their new identity. The other points, I think that It's not uncommon for our elementary schools to share 2 middle school feeder patterns. That's common with several of our elementaries. They already have students that switch and go to 2, have an option to go to 2 middle schools dependent where they are. Our alternative schools have relocated through the history of CUSD several times, so that's not unknown for them to do that. And really always wanting to have our parents have that choice and having a voice in where their children go. And we believe this plan does continue to allow that. Again, I think that the next step is really what happens after tonight. And so we do want to get out into our community and be out there with our staff to be able to talk them through what these recommendations even mean as it impacts them. But also recognize that even though a certain school may not have been designated in these recommendations, there is going to be an impact throughout the district. And we want to make sure that our families are supported throughout the entire district, as well as our staff, because as staff start moving from site to site, there is an impact on them as well. So Leslie's going to share what our next steps plan are as far as providing the support after tonight's meeting.
So we've got a couple things on the horizon, on the short horizon. We do plan on attending or being at staff meetings at Muir, Meyer, Holtz, and Regnart on Tuesday to talk with staff, all staff, regarding the recommendations and the next steps, and really answering questions that they may have should the board approve the recommendations that we have set forth. And what does it mean for them as employees? What does it mean for families? And what does it mean for ensuring that we make a smooth transition for all stakeholders, and use just the passion and the energy of doing what is best for kids collectively. We also know that at those staff meetings, we will have our union presidents. They've been invited to attend to be able to support us through the process. We also know that whenever there's school closure recommendations, that all unions have the right to negotiate the effects of any type of school closure. And we look forward to partnering with our union groups in ensuring that we are doing what's best for kids and best for our employees. The second piece are community town hall meetings. We will have town hall meetings with Regnart on Tuesday, Meyerholtz on Wednesday, and Muir on Thursday. They're open for any community member to join, including staff. We will do much of the same at the community meetings as we're doing tonight, is sharing the recommendations. We won't go into the specifics of the things that have to do with our bargaining agreements with our unions, because we are assuming that most of those individuals will be community members at large. And then the real work begins, is sitting down with our communities that are being consolidated into other schools and the communities that are merging together to begin working on transition plans. And how do we set up a structure and a system to ensure everyone is well taken care of, that we're able to put collective energy together, we're able to merge communities and enhance our community and family engagement. We'll have discussions about what does the school organization look like, if it's a PTA or PTO or home and school community. We'll start talking about logistics behind that. But again, some of those discussions may happen prior to a board decision being made, but we want to make sure that we're available in the public to begin that open, honest, transparent, and caring dialogue. We'll also get feedback from the community in regards to schools and naming of schools. We have a board policy around that. We'll need to get some direction from the board on next steps with that, but we hope to gather some information from the communities that are merging together and being consolidated that we could bring back to the board at our next meeting.
And so really the focus tonight is to have begin that discussion on the 6 recommendations, and again, tried to break them out so that we could address and speak to each one independently. But I think the other piece to remember as we go through this, We are going to hear a lot of emotion, I think, from our communities tonight, and it is very easy to get caught up into the emotion, as we do care about our kids, we do care about our schools, and we would expect nothing less on that. But really to keep that focus of many of the suggestion strategies don't change declining enrollment. We could continue to cut further and do layoffs and reductions, but it doesn't change declining enrollment. It doesn't really resolve where we're headed. That being said, we will continue to adjust our staffing commensurate with our declining enrollment. So as less students are there, we will do some staff reductions, but we're not looking at digging deeper and doing some drastic cuts where we're having to eliminate programs and services and supports for our students, because that's not really the direction we're headed as CUSD. We really do want to be offering all of those learning opportunities to every student at every campus, whether it's the 25 schools, which we're struggling to do at this point, or whether it's the 22 schools that result after these school consolidations. The other piece, I just, again, have to give a huge thank you and appreciation to the work of the CAC last fall. They spent a tremendous amount of time and really did provide us this foundational work that allowed us to continue the work and come forward with this recommendation. So appreciate the work that they do, and just want to recognize that, you know, that what they contributed to this is just so powerful and so well appreciated by all of us. So with that, I'm going to really turn it back over to you, President Liu, and we can start the discussion.
All right, thank you. And thanks to you and your staff for this very well structured set of recommendations. I think this structure gives us something to being able to focus on each one of these points. I'd like to poll my board members here. What I'd like to do is perhaps we typically have gone for a couple of rounds of clarifying questions. We could do them one by one here, or we could just have comments and questions. I want to see if there's a preference. If not, we can just open it up for questions. One thing that Stacey and I had talked about in planning this meeting is that in case there are a large number of public comments, because we do want to get to discussions not at midnight, because it's been about 9 months since we've been able to talk about this as a group. If there's a large number, we might sort of maybe take an hour worth of public comments, go into discussions, and then take the rest later, just so we don't get into discussions too late in the evening, if that's agreeable to everybody.
So I have a couple of preferences. I would
Please.
like for us not to separate questions from comments. I
Mhm.
would like to do that all together.
All right,
And I would like to have the board have a pretty robust discussion before we go to public comment.
all right.
That's just my thought.
Folks good with that? Certainly. Okay. All right, with that then, let's go ahead and open it up for question, comments, and who'd like to go first?
Are we going to go by recommendation or just hodgepodge?
Let's go by recommendations. I think it's pretty well structured. Let's do it that way. And hopefully everything you want to talk about fits into one of these six. So
But how do we address some general questions?
general
I have-
questions,
yeah.
maybe we'll just do it in recommendation one here, if that's okay. Because I do have some general questions myself. So
Yeah.
let's do that then. Okay. So first round, general questions and recommendation one. Who'd like to go first, please? And a 9-month hiatus since we got into this, so.
I just have one question about one,
Hmm.
and that has to do with the Cooper Doodle. On one slide, you say Cooper Doodle is staying at John Muir, and on another slide, you say the Mandarin preschool is staying. I assume those are the same.
They are, and why we called that out is to show that continuity, that we'll be able to have our Mandarin preschool at the same site that we
same
have our
site,
CLIP
okay.
program.
Okay.
It is one of those areas that we may need to examine after the 22-23 school year, where we may choose to move our second Cooper Doodle class off of Muir. But right now, we know that it'll work with having all of them on the same campus.
But that's my only question on that slide.
Okay, that's one. Okay, anyone else?
I'll go then.
All right,
Next.
Satish.
It's a general question again. With this proposal, like how many schools still will be with less than 300 students and less than 200, less than 2 kindergarten classes?
So with these recommendations, no schools would be under 300 students.
Okay.
We would be balancing that enrollment and creating schools that are more towards that 450, 500 student enrollment, or a little bit higher initially in the 22-23 school year, and then they'll drop down into the 400s. But no schools will be under the 300 with this plan.
And every school will have at least 2 kindergarten class with
Yes.
this.
Yes, that would be the built-in safeguard moving forward, because we do know that there's a couple schools that we had long discussions about that are declining enrollment, getting small, not quite as small as some of the higher ranking schools. So we'd want to monitor those, but by putting that 2 kinders, at least we build in at least a stable small school.
Okay. One more, 2
Oh,
questions.
please,
again,
go
yeah.
ahead. Yeah.
Have you considered the traffic pattern as well here? Because I see that a lot of crossing major intersections or main roads, like for example, Bollinger or Prospect or that kind of like, I think we can see that clearly that some of the major roads are being crossed actually when you are merging this. How is it being?
So we did take that into consideration as we looked at Bollinger was one of them that as we did the combining of Meyerholtz and Eaton. There are crosswalks on the Bollinger. There are other busy streets that students across the district do walk at. It is a little bit challenging. We can certainly work with the city if we need to add additional crossing guards, but there is means for the students to cross, the same as Prospect. Prospect has many different areas where you can cross the road and have a safe to the school.
Okay, sure. Who'd like to go next? So
And I guess I would add, as the questions are, there is no perfect solution. So there are going to be, and that is why the decisions sometimes are so difficult, because there is always going to be some piece that maybe isn't perfect for that school. And we really did have to weigh, what is the best that we could do with the consolidating in schools, ensure the safety of our students and ensure that we're addressing and keeping our stability moving forward.
I don't have general questions.
Okay,
Are
Lori,
we
did
doing
you-
general or recommendation 1?
Both.
Okay, so for the middle schools, we're talking about monitoring, and if we see that we're dropping below, projected to drop below 700, convening a citizens advisory. But between where we are now and when we get to that 700, are you anticipating needing to do any sort of redistricting in order to maintain us above that? Or are we saying that we don't think at this time we're going to need to redraw any of our middle school?
We don't think we'll
attendances?
redraw any of the boundaries. What we can do is through our open enrollment, doing some of the encouraging. We're looking at some of the areas of pockets of students that parents have indicated request of transferring to the middle schools. So we would just continue to monitor that. What happens as we look into the future, all of our middle schools drop to about the same size, which isn't a bad thing. But we'd want to make sure that that happens and monitor the shifting from one to the other. And it may happen faster than 25, 26 when we come in with new projection numbers, but right now we believe we'd be okay until then.
Okay, and then when you're saying working with open enrollment, there have been times in the past where we've proactively encouraged open enrollment for our middle schools. When we had, CMS up at almost 1,500 students, there was sort of, I remember getting an email that was, please consider open enrolling your student to Lawson, versus as it's come down, we're accepting them, but we're not being proactive about it. Do you anticipate that we're going to need to be proactive about it again to stabilize our smallest middle schools?
Most likely, we know that 2 of our middle schools are probably dropping faster than others. And so we'd want to really look at Kennedy and Hyde, how we can continue to enhance their enrollment. Part of the bigger picture is, as we talked about where we want to head as a district is looking at our middle schools and the opportunity for electives that may make it more appealing for families to go to any one of our middle schools if 2 electives is something they value, which I think we as a board have spoken about valuing. So it is our opportunity that we can restructure our middle schools so that they're more comparable in their offerings.
Okay. That's it on this slide. Thanks. Joy.
Okay, thanks, Lori. Sylvia, did you?
I'm good on this slide.
All right. For me, a couple of general questions. I think first is, if I were to, go back to the charge that we had for the CAC last December, or last fall, right? There were a couple of items on there. There was reducing short-term expenditure, long-term fiscal stability, and then balancing enrollment. I was wondering if you could comment a bit on sort of in terms of those 3 objectives. I mean, certainly, what has anything changed significantly in the last 9 months in terms of our financial situation. That's what just really trying to see how these set of recommendations match the charge we gave the CAC way back in the fall.
Sure, they still do align with the work of the CAC. If you remember when we gave the CAC, we gave them a definite dollar amount that they were striving for. We're here, we didn't come in with a certain dollar amount. We were really focusing on that declining enrollment. We know that our budget continues to be a challenge for us, but we know that there's bright light in the horizon as we shift into community funded, although it will take us several years to really build up any advantage of shifting into community funded. We'll need to increase our reserves. So I think these all align with the same criteria and charge that the CAC worked on. Obviously, we didn't come in with as high a dollar amount as what the CAC was charged with, but do feel like this will create that stable fiscal environment for us in these outlying years, as well as addressing the declining enrollment. So meeting both of those criteria.
Okay, great, thanks. And a second related question is, we've highlighted 3 schools here for consolidation, and I was wondering, why not 2, why not 4? Is that just in terms of the process you went through, was there looked at each school and there was a threshold, or did we say we needed to choose 3 schools and these are the top 3? Just wondering if you could shed a little, I'm sort of wondering why 3 and not 2 and 4,
Sure.
I guess.
Sure. And we did go through that process. And as I shared, I think we ran each one through kind of the scenario. What if we close this one? What would be the impact of it? So it really did come down to the declining enrollment and trying to build those stable environments throughout. We know that a lot of our focus needed to be on the southeast quadrant because it has so many schools, and when you have declining enrollment, there's just too many elementary schools to support. Even if you took out the alternative schools in that region, there's a lot of schools there trying to accommodate students. So as we ran through the criteria, they did rise to the top, but we also recognized we couldn't close all of them because there would be nowhere for those students to go for geographical areas. So we really did just take each school and start working it through. If the school closed, what would be the impact of its geographical surrounding schools? Could they accommodate it? Does it reach our goal of being kind of that optimal size elementary? And then what does that impact for the future? And so there were some hard decisions, kind of that triangle down there when we look at Muir and Meyer Holtz and Dilworth. They were all fairly high on the rankings. Blue Hills was there on the rankings. And so we took a look, for example, at Blue Hills and geographically, where could the students go to? They could probably all fit into Muir. It would eliminate a school in Saratoga that we'd no longer have one of our K-5 schools in Saratoga. So took a look at that and became a decision. If we closed Lincoln, where would the students from Lincoln go? Lincoln has a high transportation drop-off pickup point that is a concern that there's just such heavy traffic there. But where would we shift the kids if they left from Lincoln? Same with Stevens Creek. There's some major freeways that we would really have to disperse the students out to 3 different schools crossing major freeways and highways. And so we really did take each school, and some of it is we just had to make the decision of where we thought was best. We chose Clip to relocate to Muir to give them that fresh start. Muir is a comparable size campus as our other alternative schools. Meyer Holtz is a large campus. And so if we're capping an alternative program and we're keeping them on a large campus, that's probably not the best use of our campus, where we truly can believe we can lease out Meyer Holtz as its entirety as well. So each one of those went through our thinking as we could have. But looking at the rankings, looking at where our students would go, and then looking into the future where the enrollment would be, was really where our decisions fell.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's really helpful to hear some of the thinking that went behind this. If I could just ask one more question related to Satish's question about, you mentioned that we would be able to maintain over 300 students at all the schools, I presume by 25, 26. That's the target date we're looking at. If we were to only adopt 2 of these 3 recommendations, will we still be able to do that? Or will we no longer be able to make that guarantee?
We would no longer be able to guarantee that we'd be at that over
Okay.
300. We would have some of those smaller schools that we would have to do some major boundary changes, which would then really affect a lot of schools.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, so what you're saying is 3 schools is the minimum that we to close that would allow us to make that guarantee to the community that by 25, 26, we can maintain 300 students.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Great. Anything else on general or one before we move on to?
I had
two?
some general that I didn't
Please.
ask.
Oh, yes, please.
So questions and comments. One of the things, and I know, Leslie, this comes under the negotiations, and I don't want to step on that, but I hope as we go through that, the teachers will go as much as possible with students. I think that would be really helpful for the families and the kids to know that some of their familiar teachers will be going with them to their new location. So that would be a hope that I would have. Oh, the other thing is about the number of schools. Jerry mentioned, you know, the difference between 2 and 4 or 3 or whatever. When I look at that, we have lost 5,000, almost 4,900 students since 2015. And we're scheduled to lose another couple thousand in the next few years. My personal opinion is that this is not enough. I think we should close one more. Because I think that even a school of 300 is pretty small. And as a board, I don't want me or us or a new board to have to face a decision like this again in 3 or 4 years. So I like the recommendations. My bias would be to go a little bit further. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Are we going for one more?
Sure, yeah, no, we can stay on this as
Okay.
long as we have.
So again,
to say.
I'll go to general again, right? Because I think I have much more general questions than the specifics here. So I know it is probably, since you said already 25, 26, right? We are kind of, I want to use a word called safe there. There's no change. But with some of this, like, you know, the recent changes and the SB9, SB10 and other things and all those stuff. So probably there could be more students or more families moving in, let's say, in next 3 years here. Okay. So how are we, what I'm trying to say is that, is there a, okay, now we are proposing for a closure or a, what is the consolidation, okay, consolidation or a closure. So when there is a need, would we be able to open a new school? Or what is the threshold to open a school again back? When do you decide that you need to open a new school? Let's say.
So if I'm understanding with these school consolidations, when in the outlying years would we look at having to reopen it?
Let's say due to some reason, this 13,000 could go back to 15,000. Okay, I'm just thinking I'm trying to be seeing good part of it. Let's say, let's not, or very optimistic, let's say. Okay,
I
so
like optimism.
yeah, so let's say we are not going to go down the same that path, that you know, it's so bad, it's sliding down. Let's say the stabilize or go up, let's say, okay, in a couple of years or 2 years or 3 years kind of things, like, and we see some change here, right? Because it's all cyclic. Again, not necessarily every projection is right always, right? Projections can change in this case. So being very optimistic in this case, if it comes back, what will make, I don't know how to ask that question exactly, but when do you trigger a new school back in?
I think we would have to look at the capacity of the schools that we currently have open, because with this plan, there is still space available at our campuses to accommodate growth without having to come back and reopen a school. So it would really be, we would have to look at where those students are coming into and living, where we can align them in the geographical areas so they can continue in their neighborhood schools. So it's a difficult question to answer without knowing where those potential new students are coming into. But our sites do have the ability to grow and take on more students if we do get to see an influx and a growth of
An average of 10%, 15% kind of things, we can take it every site.
Probably, but again, I think so much of it depends on the location of where the new students come into.
Thank you.
Lori or Sylvia, did you have any?
In the interest of discussion.
Sure.
You all know I'm a student of history of specifically this district, having grown up here. So I guess, Satish, I would reflect back on our own history within CUSD there, and I would say that Eaton was one of our schools that was closed in the round of school closures back in the 70s and 80s, and it was shuttered for, I think, about 10 school years, maybe 11 or 12. And then it was reopened as the beginning of the enrollment uptick started to happen after like 95. So they reopened it in the late 90s, probably somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 students above where they had bottomed out at, as one of the elementary schools that was reopened to go back from. So when the enrollment came down to 14,000 at that point, we had 22 schools. So that's how far we fell from the 45 at one point down to the 22. And that was when the district was 14,000 students. So as it came back up, it was in the mid 15,000s when Eaton reopened.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's just
That's a good information.
in the interest of discussion.
Yeah,
there you
yeah,
go.
I think that's a good information. At least have, yeah, that's, you have a bit, yeah, more history on this.
But we do have a history of reopening schools in
Yeah,
this-
yeah.
in our own district, in our own
You know,
district. so.
that's really good to know about that. Yeah.
Then I'll just, Lori, did you have any more? No, okay, just one more. So you're proposing to close 3 schools, by, before next school next school year, sorry. Many thoughts going through my head right now, so it's, what's staff's confidence that we can lease out all 3 campuses by next year?
So we'd actually be looking at the 2 campuses because CLIP's relocating to Muir. So we'd be
Oh,
leasing out
2
Meyerholt
right,
and
okay.
Regnart. And I would say we're strongly confident just in the number of interests that we've had for our properties throughout, even in the most difficult times of COVID, being able to lease out. We will have to go through a process. So I wouldn't say that on August of 2022, we're going to have them leased out, but we will be actively pursuing and going through the process to ensure that we have that income coming in as quickly as possible.
Great, thank you. Okay, I didn't have anything else. We could go on to the specifics of recommendation 2, if it's everyone's.
Oh, recommendation 1, I did not ask.
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry. Oh, please
Yeah,
go.
I was
All right.
asking more general things. So,
right.
so actually recommendation 1, that's good. Like we are keeping middle school without touching. That's a really a welcome move. Thanks for that. I know there are some challenges, but still. So with these changes in the, there are multiple proposals like recommendations 2 to 5. Middle school equilibrium also will change a little bit. How middle school is, or the enrollment, it could change from A to B, B to C, and so on, right? Because some feeder pattern could change a little bit. Because Lawson, Kennedy, Lawson, Miller kind of, I guess, here. And second part of the same question. So one of the, I think, concern generally was the consistency in the middle school, right? Like in terms of electives, like, consistent electives across and everything. How is it going to help here with all these changes, or it'll continue to be the same challenge here, or we'll have to relook into that?
So I think the elective is a different conversation, a different challenge, and not necessarily connected to what we're doing here. It's certainly something that we want to look at and we'll continue to work towards. Where I think, to your point, as we make these consolidations and we're giving families choices to go to different middle schools than they currentently have, that would affect our feeder pattern and our enrollment at those schools, but it could actually help us it could help us grow our middle schools that we need to grow somewhat. So we don't see it as being a detriment to our middle school numbers when we make these consolidated schools. It may actually be able to help.
Yeah. Understood.
All right, anything else on 1?
So I had a question for this slide specifically. I think as I think about, our families and CUSD and FUHSD are so closely connected, and so many of our families, have kids at both districts. I like that, we're continuing to, your staff is working with FUHSD to monitor feeder patterns. I think that's good. I'm curious because I know that declining enrollment is also happening at the high school district. And what kinds of conversations have you been able to have with the high school district? And if you can share a little bit about maybe some of those either conversations or possible collaborations or what?
Well, I think what I can share is that we do have a very close working relationship with Fremont Union. Again, they have some schools that they've identified that they're concerned about their declining enrollment. So our conversations are, how can we work together to both have a success out of it, and do we need to offer open enrollment or adjust who we're allowing into the schools based on parent request, where So I would say those are ongoing conversations and will continue as we address and as we move forward on these consolidations. We'll certainly want to look at where those, we control our middle school feeder patterns. We don't control the high school, but we also know that it's a benefit to the high school to keep their numbers balanced as well. So it is a partnership for us.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on one? Not? Okay, let's go on to recommendation 2, please. And then Phyllis.
I already asked my question about this one.
Great, thanks. Anybody on recommendation 2?
Yeah,
Okay,
I can ask, right?
Satish,
So when you say priority enrollment to Blue Hills here, right? So what does it mean? Like by default, the kids attending in Muir will go to Dilworth and they can opt for Blue Hills and they get a.
So what would happen is that Muir students, new school, they're joined with Dilworth. So their new neighborhood school becomes the Dilworth Muir community. As a family at Muir, if you choose that you would prefer to go to Blue Hills, then you get priority enrollment. So if there's spaces available at Blue Hills, you get priority over other families from outside the district.
So there is, because one of the recommendation is Ragnar, right? Now there is a Blue Hills could be receiving from multiple schools in this case, right? So how do we, this prioritization work? Like school A, that is Muir, is also applying, and the Ragnar also, let's say, applying. Because they probably, unless we are making it mandatory for that. So how does that priority work?
And so that is part of where our challenge in as we move forward. When we created this consolidation, we know that every student at Muir can fit into Dilworth. So we know they have the capacity, every student will get enrolled in there. What we will need to do then is, because we're also, if Ragnar closes, we know we're splitting Rignard and half of those students approximately are going to Blue Hills. So we know what the availability is at Blue Hills, how many spaces we'd have available. Those would then be available to our Muir families to have as a priority. The same with Lincoln. We know that we need to ensure that our Rignard families get their placement into Lincoln, so that we know how many spaces are available for those to have the other priority enrollment. So when we created these four new geographical neighborhoods, that's where we want to ensure the students get to have enrollment at. That's their new neighborhood school. It's creating a new neighborhood. The schools in their surrounding area are their geographical areas and they get priority into them. It doesn't allow a student, let's say from Muir, doesn't get priority enrollment into Stockholmire. That's not one of their geographical school areas. They get absolutely enrollment into Dilworth, but they get priority enrollment into the Dilworth, into the Blue Hills if they choose to.
So are we going to have limit in terms of the slots, like limitations in slots, like, because we are talking about 4 schools next to each other, right? So worst case scenarios, right? Like everybody opt for this, right? Worst case, right? So hopefully that's not the case, whatever, when you're proposing. So there will be a priority issue, right? Like there will be a real availability of the space issue.
So our limitations would be, let's use Blue Hills for an example. We know what the capacity of Blue Hills is, so we know how many students we could take in with their current classroom space. And so if we know that Ragnart has shifted down and they're attending Blue Hills, they've taken up this number of classrooms, that leaves whatever the space available is that's open for open enrollment. We can fill up to that capacity. If at some point we had so many families from Muir that said, I wanted to go to Blue Hills, and we weren't able to accommodate all of them, then their homeschool is still the new Dilworth Muir community. They have that space. They get the priority in Blue Hills, but they're filled. Then they could open enrollment to other schools, as with our general policy that any families can open enroll to others. They just don't get the priority to the other areas.
Understood.
Can I
Thank
add
you.
one thing?
Sure.
And what we envision is we would, right now, as you know, we have a living wait list for all of our schools. For school consolidation purposes, we, like Stacy was saying, we know where neighborhoods or schools would be assigned. We will hold a separate opportunity for families of those schools only to request priority enrollment at a surrounding school. So as Stacy was saying, I'm based on my neighborhood, I'm supposed to go to Dilworth. I'd really rather go to Blue Hills. It is in the same geographical area. So we'll have a window of time so that families will handle those first. So that we're hoping that before the end of December, January timeframe, families will know exactly where they're going based on the school consolidation and closure, because we'll know the seat count. We'll know if we have space through this priority enrollment. And then we will hold our other lottery separate from that. And so, our goal is to get these shifts taken care of as soon as possible so that we really can begin rebuilding or building a new community.
Okay. Sorry,
Oh,
I'd like to continue. So if needed, will you be opening one additional classroom? Let's say hypothetically 500 is the new Blue Hills, 500 kids. So a 550 is the request just for our talk. So would you go for more than 500 if that's the case? Then again, a balancing of the enrollment would come in picture, right?
Well, I think it's both pieces. We'd want to make sure that the school has the capacity, but we do want to control and monitor and balance our enrollment so that we don't want one of our schools to put us back into the same position where
Yeah.
it's a large school and taking students away from the neighborhood. So we would continue to monitor that. And we'll use that 3, 4, 5 that are those optimal sizes. That really is where we want our elementary schools to be. And we feel like that offers all of the programs and resources that we want for every student. So it is monitoring where our schools are, because we don't want to find ourselves back into this situation where we have an elementary school of 1,000 and an elementary school of 220 and try to avoid that.
Great, thanks. Let's see, Lori, did you have anything on 2?
I do. For all of these ones regarding our elementary schools, just to point of clarification, we're talking about our existing facilities in order to make these changes or these recommendations. We're not talking about needing to drop any additional temporary classrooms onto any of these
Yes,
sites.
we use what we have in existence. We did not do any additionals to the campuses.
Great, okay. And then also for the elementary school recommendations for 2, 3, and 4, there's a map on page 17 that where the quadrants are called out, and they have the elementary schools that are listed there, and then they have the middle schools that are listed there. Those are referring to just their geographical location, not establishing new feeder patterns for those schools that are coupled together. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so just to clarify, those
Yes.
are, they just happen to geographically exist within that quadrant, but that doesn't change the feeder patterns as they exist right now.
That's right. So you may be looking specifically at Eaton because it falls in that southeast, but they do feed into Lawson.
Thank you. Okay. So then I think that's it for me on slide 2. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sylvia,
We doing just questions or comments?
questions, comments? Yeah.
I appreciate that when I look at Dilworth and Mirror and the nearness to each other, I appreciate this recommendation because I think it takes into account that area is in itself a larger community. Like the Little League teams are from those schools, those 3 schools. The AYSO is from those, so in some ways, there's already some overlapping among the populations there, which I appreciate. So I also like that the entire school is going together to the other school, and that it's a combination part. So there's not so much of that concern of having to split a community. So those are just my comments about that.
Okay, great, thanks. And I don't have any questions or comments on 2, so thanks for that.
I
Well,
do have one more that just dawned on me.
Please.
Sorry, Jerry.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about the priority enrollment for any of these, again, 2, 3, and 4, can you refresh my memory on where we left? Because I know with the CAC at one point, there were some recommendations and we had talked through whether or not that would only apply for a single school year and whether or not that would apply to only existing families in the affected schools versus new families coming into the district. So could you clarify on those two for me?
I will, and then I'm going to have Leslie chime in a little bit. Right now, what we're recommending is for the 22-23 school year. I think part of that really is some of the feedback that when we meet with our community, we wanted to try to transition and recreate our neighborhoods, and we're afraid if we extend too long that we take away from some of that rebuilding that we really do want to have in place. I know that the CAC did have some strong recommendations as far as giving these the priority of the family, so it is a consideration, but we really did look at what we're recommending and where we are with our outlying numbers as making this the priority during the 22-23 school year, and then recreating and establishing these are their new neighborhood schools. My apologies, I was dying over here.
Power. I'm good.
Okay, great, thanks. Any other questions or comments on recommendation 2? All right, let's move on to recommendation 3 then, please. And then Phyllis, did you questions? comments?
Probably, let me look here. Oh,
All right.
yeah, this is the clip one.
This
I-
is a clip. one,
This
yeah.
is something I've been advocating for a long time. I think it's fair that Clip has their own site. I think Mir is a good location for them. And I think that's all I have to say about that. I like this one.
Okay, great. Let's see, just going in order here, Satish.
Yeah, I have two questions again, 1A and 1B kind of. Okay. So if you answer well for 1A, I will ask 1B. Okay. So the first question is with this clip having its own site, right? The current wait list or what's a capacity, like, are we considering, I know that clip has wait list now. So if it is going to have its own full campus, even the wait list students also you can accommodate there or no, or it will continue to have a wait list?
So CLIP currently has 3 kinders, so this would give them the opportunity to expand to the 4 kindergarten classes. We would not add every grade level the first year as CLIP becomes its own site. We would phase in those grade levels coming through. We do have a wait list, so that would be our first priority would be pulling students off the wait list to expand in the 22-23 school year. We were looking at a kindergarten and a first grade classroom, and then allowing it to grow over the course of the next couple of years.
Okay, so since okay, that's a plan, like a 1B comes in picture, then would we have any impact if we start filling the wait list on other schools? You understood what I'm saying? That let's say for a new kinder class, kinder, but you don't have wait list, probably you may not see even the wait list then, right? So kinder, you will not have a wait list practically.
So
Only the other grades you will have wait list.
So if we did it incrementally, so our first year, if we added a kindergarten and a first grade class, that would pull another 48 students off the wait list. So it would have an impact to other schools where
Other
those
schools, yeah.
48 are coming from. And it would depend on where those 48 came from. It's a small number because they don't all pull from one school. So, the fortunate side is I think with a lot of alternative schools, although they do have a higher number of students that come from the close proximity, they do come throughout the district. So that 48 wouldn't negatively impact the enrollment of the other surrounding schools. And then it will balance off. So in total, you're looking at, I'm not very quick at my math there, is what if you have, once you have the total K5 added onto CLIP would be 3 to 4 years out before you have that full dynamic in place, and you would have about 160 additional students at CLIP.
So what will be the total with this one additional K? What would be the total for CLIP now?
So when you go to a 4 kinder classroom, it's about 580 students at a school.
And once it becomes all
Once it becomes fully classroom implemented at all levels.
and that's a projection which CLIP is giving. Actually, that is the projection which next 5 years CLIP is going to grow that way or?
Yes, so then CLIP, all of our alt schools would no longer go, they would not go over 4 kinders. They would be capped at that. Right now, we have 2 that are at 4 kinders and 1 that is at 3 kinders. So we don't want them to grow larger than that ideal size of this campus. So we would cap it at that.
Thanks.
All right, thanks. Lori?
I don't have any on this one. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thanks. And then Sylvia.
I think just to echo what Phyllis says, I think this is a good decision in terms of the equity for all of the alternative schools, especially when we think about each alternative school has its own type of philosophy. And, our alternative schools are a draw for people in our district. People move into our district in order to come and attend alternative schools. And so I do think that it's good to give each alternative school the opportunity to really fulfill their goal or fulfill their mission, because each one of those schools does have a very unique educational philosophy. And I know that there's been challenges or logistics difficulties with sharing campuses. So I think this is I'm in favor of this proposal.
Great, yeah, thank you. Let's see, for me, I guess one question, and so I want to unpack this recommendation a bit because there are really 2 decisions here, right? One is to give CLIP its own school, and the other is a selection of Muir as the CLIP site. And I guess the other choice potentially would be to keep CLIP at Meyerholtz. I'm sure you guys have thought through that, because as I'm looking at the strengths there, it would seem like if it were at Meyerholtz, these strengths might still kind of hold. So I'm sure you guys thought about it. I'd like to hear a bit about the process and how you arrived at this decision from there.
So that was another one of our long conversations, and really trying to give CLIP their new identity instead of leaving it at the Meyerholtz, is to let them have that fresh start. The campus size and capacity is very similar to our other alternative schools, where Meyerholtz is actually a larger campus. And so Meyerholtz, we would still need to lease out a portion of that if we did leave the CLIP program there. Came down to a choice of giving CLIP that fresh start, and then having that ability to lease out Meyerholtz, which is a larger piece of property and could probably generate additional revenue. So one of those decisions that we really had to weigh. When we looked at Meyerholtz, it was again that natural transition where the neighborhood students from Meyerholtz could blend in with Eaton and create that new environment. We also looked at the possibility, could all of Meyerholtz neighborhood and all of Muir fit into Dilworth, or could all of Dilworth and all of Muir fit into Meyerholtz, and really just looked at trying to balance that enrollment out and keeping those geographical boundaries, within that workable of a 1.5, and it became quite large. We wouldn't be able to fit all 3 schools consolidated into one at this point. Future years, possibly, if that number were to drop, but it really would then be some of the students got to go to this one new school. Others would then have to be prioritized out, just because in 22-23, between the 3 schools, they are a little bit large to fit into one school.
Okay, great, thank you. That was it for me for 3. Is anything else for 3 before we move on? No? Okay, let's move on to recommendation 4. This is regarding Ragnard Elementary. Phyllis, did you have anything here?
I just about the fact that depending on what Ragnard families decide to do in terms of attending either Blue Hills or Lincoln, those kids would split between middle schools. And an editorial comment is that historically, we've done that a lot in Cupertino, where elementary schools have split between middle schools. So I think that's not a consideration. I think it's good that those students will have the option of either or. I think that's all I have on that one.
All right, great, thanks. And Satish?
Yeah, I think partially I asked the question, I think in the previous one for, again, the boundary part of it, but still one I'll ask. So are we going to have some, I know that there's a priority enrollment and everything we give if needed. Otherwise, are we really truly going to have a boundary for Ragnard to split it into two, like make it like a, let's say this X address who lives in this will be going to Lincoln. This Y address will be going to Blue Hills. Are we going to make a bifurcation there, or it's an optional thing?
We would look at, initially there's Prospect, which runs right down the middle, or excuse me, Rainbow. sorry.
Rainbow,
I used
yeah.
to walk Prospect.
Yeah.
But Rainbow runs through the middle, so we were looking at south of Rainbow would be the natural fit into the Blue Hills. The north of Rainbow would be a natural fit into Lincoln. There's some of the outlying areas that there's some odd streets there that we would have to look at. And I think going through the priority enrollment, seeing where those families naturally want to go, there is some flexibility there on which site they go to. There's space at Kennedy, or excuse me, I don't know why I keep saying Kennedy. There's space at Lincoln and there's space at Blue Hills. So we do have some flexibility there in allowing some parents more choice. Initially, what we'll do is we'll draw the line at Rainbow. Students north of Rainbow would be automatically enrolled in Lincoln. Those that are south of Rainbow would be automatically enrolled in Blue Hills, but then they could opt for the priority to, if they wanted to flip.
Okay, so when the middle school comes, let's say the end of this year, a lot of kids will graduate, right? Whatever the numbers they'll get in, and all this time they would have been going to Kennedy, right? Like all the Ragnat kids would be going to Kennedy, I think ideally, not to Miller. Even the portion of Ragnat kids go to Miller.
So
No, before all these things.
before
Before this
now,
proposal,
Regnard, it goes to
Kennedy, right? Pretty much Kennedy, right?
And
So
Blue
the
Hills
kids,
also has an option of going to Kennedy and to Miller.
so the next year, sixth grade students, right? They'll be forced to go to, like, let's say they were supposed to be going to Kennedy. In this new proposal, this rainbow cutting will make them to go to Miller.
So no, because we still get to determine the feeder schools for the middle school. And so the families that are currently going, that attend Regnard and don't go to Kennedy, they could still continue to go to whatever middle school they're going to. If some of them go to, I don't know if then any of them go to Miller. Blue Hills split, so they would still consider, we're not changing their feeder pattern. What we're doing is providing them an additional option.
Yeah. So it's not Blue Hills. The issue is like Blue Hills, no brainer. They have a pattern that will continue. Issue will be only for the Kennedy. So because Kennedy kind of, let's say, just for our talk, let's say 50-50, we are going to split it. Okay. Rainbow is going to 50-50. So 50% of these kids would naturally be in one of the middle schools and 50 ideally, right? So who is continuing in Kennedy, they'll continue in Kennedy,
Yes.
irrespective of where they are,
Yes.
whether this part of the rainbow or the other part of rainbow, they'll
Yes.
continue in Kennedy.
Yes.
But the new students, what I mean is who's getting completed Regnard and they're getting into the middle school, would they be by default, or their middle school will become the other part of other side of Kennedy, other side of Rainbow, their school will become Miller? Or can they go to Kennedy? Is it again a priority enrollment there, or is it like a?
So let
Or in a
let
way,
me
if
see if
I-
I can explain.
Yeah, if
I
I'm
can
asking-
Clarify it this way. And if a family lives in the current Regnard attendance area,
Yes,
and they attend Kennedy,
correct.
that family still lives in the old Regnard attendance area, even though the reboundary may have been drawn for them to attend Blue Hills.
Correct.
They still could go to Kennedy because they're still in that Kennedy attendance area. So that's where, I think part of the district already does shifts where elementary schools go to middle schools, where some of our elementary schools have only ever fed into one middle school. We get to make that decision. And so we don't want to negatively affect our middle schools either and start pulling students away from
Yeah,
a
that's
school,
what,
which I think that's
exactly,
what
yeah.
you're leading to. We
Correct.
don't want to see our Kennedy population drop because that is one of our middle schools that is declining. And so we want to encourage those families that are
Okay.
currently enrolling in Kennedy, continue that pathway to Kennedy.
Okay, so the message to the Kennedy message to the Ragnat parents is their middle school is Kennedy, pretty much.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up for that? Piggyback on that. So just to make it 100% clear so that we're all, because I think there's maybe some confusion. So basically, if you're in the Regnard attendance area for your elementary school, it could be two different elementary schools, but for the middle school, it's Kennedy if
Yeah.
you live in that neighborhood. But then you have the option of going to Miller if you want to. Is that correct?
I think yes, you'll have that priority, but I think what will end up happening, so we did something similar to this when Lawson opened. We gave families a choice of Cupertino or Lawson. And what happened over time, as families sort of aged out and new families came in, you end up with this larger group of individuals that end up just funneling in one direction. So when you look at if you go to the map where Aaron did the new colors, if you look at the blue section and the southwest quadrant is currently Regnart. The southeast quadrant is currently Blue Hills. If you take that southwest quadrant and we say the families that live in here, you're going to be placed at Blue Hills. Yet, when middle school transition takes place, you can matriculate with the majority of the Blue Hills kids to Miller, or you can choose based on where you fall in that area to go to Kennedy. So you would have both choices. Probably to begin with, we're going to see sort of this different balance. Whereas over time, as new families start cycling through, they may or may not shift with their entire population of Blue Hills. So you would be given that option, which is what we typically do. So the process right now is we send a letter to a family that sort of has this choice. And we say, your child is going to middle school. They are slotted to go, or we're next schooling them to Miller. If you choose not to go to Miller, then please let us know and you can choose Kennedy. And we send them an annual letter or a letter when they're matriculating from 5th to 6th grade. So I think that responds to your question. And then for high school, it makes no difference, right? Even if they chose to go from currently from the blue Regnart, they become part of Regnart Blue Hills. They choose Miller. That's where Stacy was saying, then we have conversations with Fremont Union High School District in regards to what would that look like as you matriculate? Because typically they'd matriculate to Kennedy, which may be absolutely what the parents want. Yet having conversations with Fremont about what would be the options for those families to potentially matriculate to Lynbrook. But again, it's a decision that they would make, but certainly an open dialogue with us about what are we seeing in regards to our patterns.
Yeah, I got it. I think, yeah. Okay. Yeah, a little hard to visualize that, but I think one of that definitely a concern when any of the slides for that matter, when a consolidation probably will be much easier, but when a school is closed, I don't want to use the word, but we still have the recommendation, the word closed, then the middle school, where do they go? Because that's very important when they're forced to go to another elementary school and they've been used to one middle school, would they have the option or not? Thank you.
Lori, did you?
Yeah, so I'm listening to all of this and trying to decide how I feel about it. I actually think that I'm not so wild about the idea of the priority being extended to middle school, largely because I do think that our middle school feeder patterns, we're saying in all of this that we're keeping them and that they're established. And if you live in the current Kennedy attendance area, then you go to Kennedy. The same way that if you live in your current elementary school attendance area, you go to that elementary school. And so as we're talking about changing the elementary schools, I don't know that for me personally, that changes our middle school feeder patterns. So I'm a little bit reluctant to say that I want to extend the priority enrollment to a different middle school choice. It's not that people can't open enroll, people can open enroll now, right? The same way that people can open enroll and do between CMS and Lawson or any of that, but I don't know about the priority. So I'll just put that out there as a point of discussion. I don't know how anybody else feels about that. And
Can I ask a question back on this? Like,
well, I'll
before you
finish
can,
reflecting on it. And I guess part of the reason I feel that way is I come from an elementary school where there's always been a split, right? We've, ever since Oak Valley was built, there's a percentage of Montclair that goes to Kennedy, has always gone to Kennedy, and our kids split after 5th grade. And so I guess that's just, it already exists in many places within our district. And I kind of feel like part of the premise of what we're saying is we're keeping our middle school patterns as they are. So anyway, that's just me.
yeah, so the question to that, so, okay, so the Kennedy attendance area or Miller attendance area, in a way, we are not changing it in this case. I'm going with the first statement which Laurie said, right? So Laurie said that the current, forget feeder, current attendance area of Kennedy, let's say. Okay, you're going to give a color for Kennedy, you're going to give a color for Miller, let's say. So by default, in that address, irrespective of what is a change in the elementary school, what is based on this new proposal, the middle school default for each of them will stay unless they have a different option is different. Like, let's say for me, it's Kennedy is the default, but I can opt for Miller if I want. That's a different thing. But if I don't tell anything, I would be getting Kennedy. That means no change in this case, irrespective of where my new elementary school is.
So if I'm hearing the question, yes, they would continue into the same middle school pattern, regardless of whether they're split and now going to a different elementary school. If their pattern was to go into a middle school, their pattern still exists to go into that middle school.
If I could just maybe suggest for next time, could we get a map like this colored for the middle schools?
Sure.
Because I'm having a hard time, I'm putting, anyway, I think that would help. I think we're trying to figure out what this is. So it'll be this quick suggestion. I have a clarification question. All right, so what you're saying is what you would favor is if we go with recommendation 4 and now we have Lincoln and Blue Hills, you just want the Lincoln kids to go to Kennedy and then the Blue Hill kids to go to Miller rather than, no, that's not what you mean. Okay.
No,
sorry,
I'm saying that our current Blue Hills feeder, if you look at our existing Blue Hills pattern,
Mhm.
2/3 of them go to Miller and a
Mhm.
third of them
Got it.
thereabouts
Mhm.
go to Kennedy, right?
Right,
And our current Regnart feeder pattern, all of them go to Kennedy.
right.
And I would say even once Regnart splits between Lincoln and Blue Hills, that the geographical area of Regnart still continues to go to Kennedy,
But
Got it. I see,
right?
I see.
They don't, just because part of them will go to Lincoln and will go to Kennedy, and part of them will go to Blue Hills, but part of Blue Hills already goes to Kennedy.
Mhm.
Like their attendance area for their middle school
Still-
when they came into this district was Kennedy, and they will still go to Kennedy. And it's not, like I said, nothing precludes them from participating in our open enrollment. I just don't know that I favor extending the, what are we calling it, priority
Mhm.
open enrollment to a different middle school. But
Okay.
that's just
Yep.
where I'm at.
Okay,
So
understand. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
that's good. I think that's what I was trying to say, the same thing. Thanks, Laurie.
Hey, whose turn? I think Sylvia maybe?
I think it's helpful. Lori, thanks for the kind of perspective, because coming from my attendance area, all I know is that our entire school goes to
one middle school,
one middle
because that's the way
school.
it's always been.
Because exactly, that's the way it's always been, and that's everything I know in that neighborhood. So it's helpful to have the perspective that there are other elementary schools in our district that have for years, they're used to being split into and going, whatever, this neighborhood going to this middle school and this neighborhood going into this middle school. I mean, I know that now, but I
Yeah.
think it's helpful to get that reminder.
And it's very well accepted. You hear the kids on the playground talking, especially the 5th graders, or in the old days, the 6th graders, talking about, oh yeah, I'm going to Kennedy. Well, no, I'm going to Lawson, or whatever it is. I mean, they know from the beginning that those are the schools they're going to go to. And so it's not traumatic at all.
So my question, I think, I mean, I'll just, my gut response is I don't love that they have to be split up. Like my ideal would be that they stay together and move together. I understand logistically and kind of geographically the way the quadrants are, especially in the major arteries of our neighborhood, the big roads, how I understand the reasoning for separating the two. I guess my question has to do with, I guess I can imagine like 4, 5, 6 years down the road, as we have brand new kinder families, this won't be that difficult. But for the families that are currently there, and let's say, my child lives here and their best friend lives there and they happen to be on separate parts of the dividing line. If there's a scenario in which everybody at Regnart decides to go to one of those schools because they get priority enrollment, even if they're, designated to this is very difficult to explain. But like if they're if their geography designates them to Lincoln or to Blue Hills, but the trend is that they all are choosing to go to, let's say, Blue Hills for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, because the families and the siblings of those families are there and they want to keep those friend groups together or whatever. Is there capacity to accommodate that? Because if we're offering that as priority enrollment, what's the likelihood? How feasible will it be if that actually happens?
So capacity wise, possible that Regnart could all fit into Blue Hills. What we'd want to do is to ensure we also are trying to balance enrollment for all of our schools. And we know that Lincoln is in declining enrollment. So we would want to really have to do a balance of what we allow for that transfer into Blue Hills. Again, those in the south would be automatically enrolled into Blue Hills. The others would have to be a priority enrollment. And so we would have to see what the space available at what grade level is Blue Hills to accommodate them, or would they need to go to Lincoln? So capacity wise, possibly. As far as establishing good balanced enrollment, that could be a more challenging aspect for us because it doesn't really help us with some of our other balancing of shifting students up to Lincoln.
So just playing out this hypothetical scenario, right? If let's say, just, let's just, I don't know what what's the current, do you happen to know what the current
Breakdown
between the two sections are?
They're comparably balanced when we look at the north and the south from the rainbow. We can pull some exact numbers, but they're comparable.
Roughly 50-50.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's say it's, I don't know, we're just playing with imaginary numbers, but let's just say 75%, right? Choose to go to Lincoln and the 25% choose to go to Blue Hills. In the spirit of wanting to keep that social connection because those relationships exist currently at Regnart. Can we afford's not the right word, but can we manage, can we ride it out for the next few years? Because I think it'll be different with the new kinder classes coming in, right? I think there's a difference with the families that are brand new and this is all they know. It's the families that are currently there that are having to make the change that I'm more concerned about, and wanting to make that as smooth and, as pleasant as possible. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what we can do to help that. And even if it comes at some bit of,
So what I would still recommend that we do is that we continue the break off of Regnart with utilizing Rainbow, so that those north of Rainbow are enrolled in Lincoln, those south of Rainbow are enrolled in Blue Hills. Families that may choose one way or the other would have that priority open enrollment. We would look at the numbers as a priority open enrollment and filter the capacity. So could 75% of Regnart fit into Lincoln? We probably wouldn't want 75% of Regnart shifting to Lincoln because then that makes Lincoln a larger school than we optimally want. It creates Blue Hills not at that optimal size. So we do have that responsibility of keeping that balanced enrollment. And there are some of those are some of the difficult decisions that happen and affect now, but in the long term, they really do create these stable environments. And completely understand, family friendships and, I think exploring the possibility of creating new neighborhoods and new friendships is always exciting as well. It is hard to say when we look at the Blue Hills Regnart, whether they would all want to go to Blue Hills. That's a large geographical area to cover for one school. And that's where we purposely look at keeping those geographical areas between that 1.5 miles. That natural split does allow the north to still be within that 1.5 miles of Lincoln. The south would be 1.5 miles of Blue Hills. If you took the entire Regnart area, many of those families would be traveling much further than 1.5 miles to get to their new school, neighborhood school.
Thanks. I think a lot of my questions have been asked. I want to maybe get a little help parsing the third bullet there under strengths, where it says students have options to attend Miller if Blue Hills is choice, Kennedy, Lincoln is chosen. I thought we were assigning them based on whether north or south of Rainbow. So you mean would assign be a better? I understand there can be open enrollment and all that, but is that the intent that if you went to Lincoln, then it's Lincoln, Kennedy, Blue Hills, Miller. Is that the intent of what it says here?
So I believe our intent, re-looking at our language here, is that students that are Blue Hills and that natural pattern of living in Blue Hills, they go to Miller Middle School,
By
that would
default.
continue.
Mhm.
Our families that are now assigned to the new Blue Hills school but live in the Kennedy, they would have that option to have priority enrollment into Miller.
Okay,
Because
so
that's a difference right now. They do
Right.
typically go to Kennedy. Doesn't mean that they would get into Miller,
right,
but it would be a
they
priority.
could do that. Okay, and so then, just maybe the point that Lori made earlier about not changing middle school boundaries, was the intent or recommendation for to also change the default middle school boundary or not?
Not to change it, but to allow an option so
Allow an
that
option.
families could have that, which they do
Okay.
now. They can open enroll. The
Right.
difference would be they would get priority open enrollment
Okay,
above.
but without
before
going through
others.
open enrollment, we're not changing the
Right.
enrollment patterns.
Right.
Okay, great. I
Just trying
wanted-
to offer another choice for families that are impacted.
Got it. Okay, just wanted to clarify that
Mhm.
after that long discussion. Lori, you have
Can I
something?
swing back on Sylvia's?
please.
So in listening to her talk through her thinking around sort of why this one is different, I think I agree that I do feel like the one we've already covered, recommendation 3, where Muir is going to a single site at Dilworth, and the one we're not to yet, number 5, where Meyer Holtz goes to a single site with Eaton. This one is a little bit different with Regnart splitting. And I absolutely hear the point that Leslie's making, that over time, things will settle into what our intent is. But I think if I hear what you're saying, I tend to agree that maybe we do need to go one little step further here with the social relationships and say Regnart gets first priority enrollment because they are being split between 2 sites, as opposed to we're calling out priority enrollment for Muir and for Meyer Holtz as well to potentially Blue Hills. And I think with Lincoln on the Meyer Holtz one, we haven't gotten to that one yet, but at any rate, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there because I see Sylvia's point that Regnart is a little bit different in the solution we're proposing for them because it is a split rather than all of them moving together. So I don't know if anybody else would support that, but maybe we do say there's a hierarchy to the priority enrollment that just acknowledges that their whole community isn't all moving to the same site.
So just to clarify, make sure that I'm hearing what your suggestion or proposal would be is to when we say priority for Regnart to enroll in Blue Hills over Lincoln, priority above these other schools that are affected with our consolidations. So there's like a first priority and
Right,
a
if-
second priority
Yeah, if
because of
you're
the close
north of
geographical area.
Rainbow, but you prefer, but your child's friend group are all south of Rainbow and they're gonna go on to Blue Hills. If maybe you're first in line for that priority enrollment to follow the friend group to Blue Hills, you know, for the remainder of that time. I think where it gets a little bit more challenging is with younger siblings and age gaps, whether or not we would be able to continue to offer that gets much more challenging. But I think with currently enrolled students that are there with established friend groups, that maybe we do go one little step further and say there's a hierarchy to the priority enrollment. Just in this one case, because it's a split, but if that's too complicated and nobody agrees, it's okay. I'm reflecting on what I heard because I think it resonates with me with what Sylvia was sort of talking through. So anyway.
Maybe just adding on to that, I would agree this is a problem. I don't like the fact that we're splitting them. That could be one way to add higher priority levels. I'd be interested if staff could take a look at this and see if there's a way to also address this. I think that could be it. I just don't know if there's a simpler solution, but I would like to not, this is not desirable, I guess. But I also understand the geographic constraints here.
And I agree. I think if you said the Regnart kids have a higher priority to go to Blue Hills than the John Muir kids do, that's a problem.
It's a problem. It's not, you wouldn't support that.
I would not support that. No. But I am sort of on board with your priority notion that maybe the attendance areas for the middle school should remain as they are, and open enrollment, of course, but maybe not priority to a middle school. Maybe they go to their assigned middle school. I don't know. I'd have to think that through, but I think that's an interesting concept.
I think Leslie had some information to share too.
Well,
as
I
far
just
as
wanted to comment on the sibling priority. So as we look at this, we would go back to our board policy that talks about priorities. So with our open enrollment, we do look at sibling priorities. So Lori, for example, if a child were placed in or had a priority enrollment and they ended up going to Blue Hills, and while they're at Blue Hills, they've got a sibling that comes along, that sibling would have the same ability to be placed at that school. The problem is always when a new family may move into that house, we would go with a set boundaries. Or in some of our families, not many, there's enough of an age gap that you've got a 6th grader who left the school and a kinder coming in. Again, that's pretty rare, but the sibling priority we would still maintain and honor.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on 4? No? Okay, let's move on to recommendation 5, please. And this is about Meyer Holtz. Phyllis, would you like
Yeah,
to-
I just that we have the same, I think a similar situation here with Meyer Holtz going to Eton and then the whole Miller Lawson thing with the middle schools. So I would just ask staff as you're looking, and it looks like we're asking you to relook at the whole middle school feeder business. And as you're looking at that, I would like you to make sure that you're consistent among all the schools that have those kinds of splits. Whether it's a priority to the other school or not, or a higher priority as Lori suggested, or whatever it is, I think it should be consistent. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Phyllis. And Satish.
So I have, okay, so here by default, Mayor Hall students will go to Eton, right? So I look into the numbers. If you see Eton, Eton is 402 today, okay? And 268 is Mayor Hall. So that means the new school, the combined school will have 670. Is it balanced again? The question is 670 is a acceptable number. it's in the high end, right?
It is, but that's at that 5 kinder, which is still one of those optimal, and that's based on current enrollment. So we do know that there's going to be a slight decline in that enrollment as well, but that's right in the capacity for Eaton as well. And it is at that 5 kinder level.
So you anticipate some 670 minus something it will become.
Yeah, as we look at those projected numbers, we do know that those numbers are going to drop slightly.
And how many kinder going to be in this combined school?
It would be 5 at that number.
5, at least in the first year,
Yes,
and eventually it'll go
hopefully for
down.
the second year as well.
Okay. Thank you. So I think just to, I think, since Phyllis told about the middle school, I'll just, I think my opinion again, okay, not cutting on it. I think as much as possible, I do not want to, my personal opinion here is I do not want to mess up the current middle school pattern. This is my,
Okay.
thank you.
There's a map that just came on. We'll get a little context. It's just like
This is the middle school.
today. Right, okay. All right. So,
That's a good one.
okay, let's see, Lori, did you have anything?
Yeah, so I'd have the same comment on this one as I did on the previous one, which Phyllis just raised, which is I think the third bullet under strengths. I think the more I hear and digest tonight, the more I think I personally would be more comfortable just saying our middle school attendance areas are what they are. And if we're saying we're not changing them and we're not redistricting them right now, then it goes to our existing policy around open enrollment, would just be my personal preference. And I want to clarify that I still think that as far as the elementary school priority enrollment, I still want very much for Meyerholtz and Muir families that go to a single site to have a priority enrollment. I'm just saying that I feel like Regnart's situation is a little bit different just with the proposed split. But to Jerry's point, if there's a different way to address that concern, then great. But I think I want to treat them all the same in the sense that I want them all to have a priority enrollment, but I also feel like there's just something a little different with the Regnart proposal because of the split. So that's all.
Sylvia?
So I think for me, this one is a little bit harder because because when we think of the kind of the schools that have fed into Miller, Meyerholtz has always fed into Miller. And what I appreciate about this is that it's called out that that neighborhood would still go to Miller and then to presumably to Lynbrook. But I think I like, similar to Mirror, I like that the entire community is going together. But it is, going to a school that maybe is a little bit less familiar than the other schools, because the other schools that are feeder schools to Miller have had more kind of collaboration together, or just more overlap with each other. But I think in this situation, what's important then is making sure, I think that, like as Stacy mentioned, the transition is going to be very important. I also think, the Meyerholtz enrollment attendance area is like this longer rectangle. And Meyerholtz is more towards the top of that rectangle. And so even though geographically the campus of Meyerholtz and the campus of Eaton are geographically closer to each other, the lower part of the Meyerholtz attendance area, that would actually be, further than 1.5 miles. So I do think that there is, I am glad that there's the priority enrollment to Blue Hills, to Dilworth. or to Sedgwick, I guess, for those families that are a little bit more north. Because I think that the geography will make a difference for some of the, especially for some of the newer family, like the new families that are coming in that are moving into the neighborhood eventually. So I think that's where I that's just, it's, this one's harder, but I guess we just have to make sure we're doing a really good job of keeping that transition as smooth as possible.
Just before you go, can I ask
Oh,
on the
please.
content? Because since you said so, now the problem is Blue Hills is becoming a little bit of multiple people would be getting priority, or two sets of community, or maybe even three, maybe in this case, Mayor Halls and Bernard, right? Going back to Sylvia's previous comment, not on this, right? So it's a little bit of challenging if that's the case. Then it's more contention is here in getting into Blue Hills, right? Because either if you give priority to Regnat, then whatever Sylvia just said will not work. Okay, because if let me clarify that. So if you give any of the schools, because the splitting part of it, if you give priority to that school, other schools will never get it if you want. If equal priority is given, irrespective of. So what I'm saying is Blue Hills is in the center. There are three schools trying to get kids in the current 3 school area is trying to apply for it. And if you're going to give priority for one specific school, obviously other 2 will not get it at all, because depends upon the number though, you can say. So majority, if you go from there, then you'll have a lesser chances. So then I think the statements will not probably is true anymore, if that's the case. You cannot give priority for everybody, if that's the case, right? Unless it is kind of practically an open enrollment there, right? So this is conflicting each other, some of these recommendations. The moment you say there is a priority for this school versus that school, or unless you are going to say that very clearly, okay, school A has the priority here over B, and B has a priority over C.
So when
just to
we
clarify that.
stated the priority, our intent was that they have priority over any of the other students in the district to get into these schools. And so if we're saying Blue Hills now is going to be a priority for Regnart and for Blue Hills is going to be a priority for Meyerholtz, you're right. Then do we need to come back and prioritize the priorities, or is it truly prioritizing those families all can open enroll? They get a priority, and we look at where space is available at Blue Hills for them to go to. So they get equal priority. We did, through our discussions, and I believe on the map, the reference to Meyerholtz is that small triangle that's adjacent to Muir and runs alongside 85. Kind of that bottom of the orange, right above the blue. We did look at, would that be a natural shift to have those students then attend Regnart? But then we would be breaking Meyerholtz up into two schools where we really did feel geographically it's is a little bit further than the 1.5, but it still seemed to just be that natural flow and keep the Meyerholtz together versus trying to break them up. We know that the switch into the new Eaton neighborhood was going to be a transition for them. So we chose to keep Meyerholtz grouped together and unite those 2 neighborhoods. But we did take a look at, that odd little triangle there at the bottom that's adjacent.
I hope I did not cut you. Yeah,
Oh,
I think
I
I just
wanted
clarifying that.
to respond to I don't want to necessarily assume but I am going to assume that a lot of the Meyerholtz, perhaps that some of those current Meyerholtz families would choose Dilworth instead of Eaton, because that's actually closer to Miller rather than crossing Prospect. So I didn't want to imply, so I'm sorry if I implied that they would choose Blue Hills. Again, I don't want to predict what people are going to do, but because those 3 schools tend to have so much interaction with each other already, that's kind of where my assumption is going. But I agree with you that that's, regardless, if we're giving everybody priority enrollment, then we're giving nobody priority enrollment. So there probably does need to be some sort of shaking out of what that looks like.
Well, they are getting priority enrollment above all the other elementary schools in the district. So there is a priority. The other piece that we looked at is trying to pull some of the density, how many students actually reside in some of these areas. And when I looked at the small triangle of Meyerholtz, there isn't a high density of number of students in that area. That was one of the reasons they could easily fit into Blue Hills, but again, just chose to keep that unit together and have them.
Then can we suggest then at least the people coming from this 3 school area, they will all be put in one group of priority or same priority. That's what we are trying to say. And then we prioritize within the priority whoever comes first or whatever, the standard lottery system or something. That's what going to happen.
So what would happen is if we're saying Regnar gets priority into Blue Hills, Meyerholtz gets priority into Blue Hills. I think those were the only 2. Then those
Muir also.
families, Muir would get priority into Blue Hills. Those families from those 3 area would all get priority, equal priority
Okay.
into Blue Hills. They get priority over all of our other schools, over Lincoln, Eaton, Sedgwick, any of those applying for Blue Hills. These 3 schools get the top priority to go to Blue Hills. They all may be able to be accommodated into Blue Hills. We wouldn't know until we actually see those numbers, what grade levels, before we would be able to say, yes, we could accommodate all those priority enrollment.
So we're good. All right. Yeah, again, this has been worked over. Maybe just want to clarify with the middle school thing. So if we adopt recommendations 2, 4, and 5 on the 3 schools here, nobody's default middle school assignment is going to change.
That is correct. We would maintain our same feeder school patterns.
Thank you. All right, great. That's my only question. So anything else on 5? No? Okay, let's go on to number 6, please. Phyllis.
Nothing.
Okay. All right, Satish.
What is the 3rd bullet here?
So that really is what our discussion has been, these school zones or these priorities. So I'm using the Regnard example, the priority zone would be Blue Hills and Lincoln. If we looked at Muir, the priority zones are they're going to Dilworth, but their priority zone is they would get to have Blue Hills. So just another way of saying the same, that we want to keep our geographical schools together and giving them priority versus priority in the entire district.
All right, Lori, anything on 6?
Yeah, Jerry, are we going to do a general comments at the end to wrap, or do you want us to include those in slide 6 here?
Oh, we could do another wrap, but yeah, just.
I just had some general.
Yeah, maybe let's
Okay.
do another round for that.
So
yeah.
just 6 specifically.
Just for
still.
6, yeah.
Okay. So can you talk to me a little bit more? And I guess I should preface this, even though we just said general, but I'm feeling, Phyllis said in the beginning of her comments back with recommendation 1 tonight that she was worried about, and sorry to paraphrase, but that this might not be going far enough.
Exactly.
And I share that concern. It plays out in bullet number 2 for me. So I said before, I'm a student of the history of this district. So 94-95 was the last time, 94-95 school year was the last time we were at 14,000 students. And we had been there for a period of about 15 years where we pretty much steadied out at that 14,000, and we stayed at 22 schools that whole time. And when we started to grow, the first way that we accommodated our growth was to move students from our 6th grade classrooms on our elementary schools up to our middle schools. We reopened 2 elementary schools in that time, and then eventually in 2005 we opened Lawson, which completed the transition of our 6th graders over onto our middle school sites. And so that was a lot of growth between 14,000 and 16,500 students to the point where we opened Lawson, and then increased the capacity even more by opening up Lawson. That we accommodated at that 22, 23 elementary school sites. And so as we're going in reverse, you know, that 14,000 mark where we were 22 schools for so many years really sits right where we are now, right? We're at 14,004 students this year. And we're projected to keep going down. We're waiting on some new projections, but I think at one point it was 12 and a half and potentially now lower as our new projections come in. And so I am concerned that if we continue to go down, this isn't the steepest decline in district history. The steepest decline in district history actually happened back in the 70s and 80s. Lost something like 9,000 students in less than 10 years. But I think even still, we are still in the midst of a fairly steep decline. We're going to continue to go down. If we're talking about only doing 3 schools right now and we're going to 22 schools, while we're right here at 14,000, what does happen when we go lower? And I think what concerns me about bullet 2, with staffing all of our elementary schools with a minimum of 2 kindergarten classrooms, does mean that we're going to be, I don't see how this works without at some point capping some of our larger schools and redirecting to some of those schools that will continue to fall below that 300 student 2 kindergarten classroom level. And so in order to maintain those small schools, we're going to be potentially needing to not allow students into a place within their neighborhood school. In order to do that is sort of how I see that playing out over time. And that concerns me. And so I try to balance those 2 things. If the choice is thinking about, do we do 1 more school now versus do we have pockets of students that aren't getting a spot in their existing or in their new or existing neighborhood school? And then what do we do if we start them at the 2 kindergarten, then we're hoping they roll up. But if a spot becomes available at their school and they move over, then we really haven't stabilized the enrollment at those schools that are going to continue to get smaller. So I worry about that. I don't have a proposed solution to that, but that's what's on my mind with this staffing all schools with a minimum of 2, is that if we don't go far enough in our consolidations, that becomes a real pickle, is sort of the way it plays out in my mind. And then I think you already clarified it, Stacy, but for the priority enrollment to designated zones, I guess this is a question, not a comment. We're saying just for this 22-23 school year?
Yes, that is correct.
And then for the first one, cap alternative schools at no more than 4, which means for our 2 that currently are at 3, would they necessarily go up to 4, or would it be on a case-by-case basis for those 2 schools as to whether or not?
I think we would look at each school individually, looking at the wait list for the schools and see if there is that opportunity, but not necessarily. We just don't want them to exceed that number.
Okay, so that's
3 is still
no more,
operational.
that really is it's worded the way it is, no more than, but not necessarily has to be 4.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just a clarification, Lori. So you expressed your concerns about maybe we're not going far enough. Would you want staff to bring back a recommendation 7 next time? Is that something?
Well, that
You
was
wanna
what I
ask
was
for?
going to ask, not to change the current
Bring
recommendations,
back a 7?
but to bring, because really now we're closing 3 schools, but we're only closing 2 buildings.
Mhm.
So my preference would be to close 4 schools and 3 buildings. So I was wondering if the board had any appetite for asking the staff to come back with these recommendations along with 1 more school. I don't know if Lori and I might be the only ones, or Lori might not be. I don't want to put your words in your mouth.
No,
either.
I mean, I think, Jerry, you're on the right track in terms of a recommendation 7. I'm really, I'll be brutally honest, I'm really torn because I don't want to drag this out. I really feel like for our community, we have been going through this for 2.5 years now, and we need clarity on this issue. We need a decision on this issue. When we get to our next item about general comments, one of mine will be, I really hope that there's consensus that this comes back as discussion action at the next meeting. And so maybe rather than an additional one, maybe it's that we do this but then I hesitate to say I'd rather just do it all at once. So I don't know what that timeline looks like. I'm just really hesitant to drag this out. So maybe it's a special meeting to look at a seventh recommendation so that then we can still
We can still
consider
make the decision in October.
discuss and take action, because I really do think it's not fair to put the community through the turmoil and the push and pull. So that's just what's on my mind.
Cool. All right, thanks. Sylvia.
So I want to respond, I guess. I think where I'm at right now is I look at this recommendation 6 in terms of staffing all the elementary schools with a minimum of 2. And right now where I'm at is that I'm comfortable with that because I feel like it creates some sense of stability for our communities after having to go through this. But I think this is in conjunction with recommendation 1, which is we have to look at the middle school. So I guess for me, if what staff is currently recommending is to relook at middle schools in 3 years because enrollment's going to dramatically change or possibly, like the numbers right now are going to look really different 3 years from now in terms of the middle schools that are more populated and the middle schools that are less populated. And to me, it goes back to something that we've been talking about this whole time, which is having that consistency of middle school offerings, having the consistency of middle school schedules, electives, programs. And so I guess whatever decision that's going to be proposed or made, or whatever proposal is going to happen with regard to middle school, I would want it to be beneficial for all of our middle schools. And so I guess I'd want to wait to get that recommendation, or I'd want to know how that decision would benefit kids. And if the current proposal is that it's better to wait a little bit because of the current fluidity of it, then I think I'm okay with that. But if there's a thought that we could make a decision about middle school sooner as part of this, then I think I would be more open to that. I guess that's where I'm.
And I may offer a suggestion, because the staffing of the elementary schools with 2 kinders really does not come into effect as we look at the outlying years if all of these other considerations are taken in and accepted. So that is something that we could remove from the recommendation, because internally, as we are staffing our school sites, we do have some of that control as we're looking at neighborhood students and the wait list. And so I wouldn't want that to be a piece that derails all of the other recommendations, because that is just something that we can organically do within if needed to be. It doesn't come into play until those outlying years, and we would have additional time to really look at, is that something we want to come back with as maybe a separate policy at the time, or a separate conversation as we continue on monitoring the numbers. So that bullet there really does not necessarily affect what the recommendations for the consolidations are. All of those can go forward. This bullet could be removed and it has no effect on any of those. And so, if that's going to become a piece that really causes more discussion, I would recommend we remove it from the recommendation, and we really just do focus on those consolidations and the capping of the alt school.
So clarify that for me. Sorry, is that okay?
Oh, please, yes.
In terms of, okay, so you're saying right now, if we do these three sites, 2 campuses.
All of our school sites will have minimally 2 kinders as we look at the outlying years till minimally at least 2025 with our projections.
Without having to have
overflow or,
It's overflow. Well, I'll be frank, it's
Yeah.
overflow I'm looking to avoid. I don't want a situation where because we didn't go far enough, we're suddenly having an increase in overflow where neighborhood families aren't getting spots because we have to place them somewhere else.
so currently with our projected numbers, we would maintain 2 kinders at all of the schools based on these schools consolidating.
And that would hold down into 12,000 students.
2025, we would have to relook at it after 2025 as those projections are adjusted. So it's not a necessary recommendation. Again, it doesn't impact by removing that.
Well, I certainly don't want to delay this process. I agree with Lori. I want us to make the decision, and I hope we all agree tonight on whatever we agree on, and we can come back and take action on it in October. I think that's really important for us to do. So even though I don't think we're going far enough, I would not opt to delay the process because of my bias about that. I think it's important that we make a decision. Our community knows what the decision is. We move forward with the transition plan and whatever we're going to do.
I would concur with everything Phyllis just said. I think, again, I'm nervous that when we get down to 12,000, 11,000, that this community is going to be going through the same thing 2 or 3 years from now. And we have experienced what that's been like for this community, and how hard, really, really hard that has been. So and it worries me, but I guess that's just par for the course.
Yes,
please. No, go ahead.
Yes, I think you. I think I hear you are, but I'm not looking for a recommendation 7. Okay, personally, I'm not looking for a recommendation 7. One more. Okay, means like up till 6, whatever we have done. I think we are discussing, and I think one is definitely it will drag the process, and I think it will be another unrest again creating. That is one more anticipation. Today we have something in the paper, whether we agree or not, that's a different thing. How it is going to be implemented, that's a separate thing. But at least we have something now, right? But these are the proposal 1 to 6 and what it is, and both us as well as the community is well aware of it. What is the proposal, right? So now we are coming for one more recommendation. I think that will give another unrest across, right, irrespective of the timing. So I prefer not to have one more recommendation, and let's discuss within this. I understand the concern what I think both Lori and Phyllis is bringing, but I guess you must have, your team must have already thought about all these things, and that's why probably the second bullet is still there, and you must have considered at least next 4 years or 5 years we are not going to have a problem. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, as for me, not really on 6, but maybe a couple of thoughts. So I think in terms of taking action, the intent, I believe, is for us to have this come back as discussion action on October 14th, right? And I would imagine, given the way this is laid out, Stacey, correct me if I'm wrong here, we could act on these independently. Maybe we take 6 votes on 6 recommendations,
We
is what I
can.
would imagine, given how you guys have structured it. I think we were going to have a special meeting next week because of the electronic meeting. So
On the 29th.
on the 29th, so there would be a meeting called anyway. I think our protocol has always been, well, I don't know if it's always, but I think if there are 2 board members, I want to put something on the agenda, we honor that. If there are 2 people who want to see recommendation 7, and if staff thinks it can turn around recommendation 7, I think, to me, that's what's following the rules. So I'll just mention that. And then I want to then comment a bit on sort of the drop in projections. And I think one of the things we really haven't talked about a lot here is the effect of the passage of SB 9 and SB 10. The fact that now single family zoning essentially now can basically hold more housing, right? The increase in density. And from what I've read, it doesn't matter if you think it's a good idea or if you think it's a bad idea. I think both sides agree that's going to have a change on how housing is built. I don't, right? They say whether it's good or bad, but I don't think anybody is saying this won't have any changes. I reached out to a couple of city council members in different cities in our jurisdiction just to get their thoughts. And basically they don't know, right? It's really new. It's only been past a week or two. And in fact, one of them asked, well, do you have any inputs from a school standpoint? What do you like to see? And I was like, oh, that wasn't what I was kind of hoping to learn from you guys. And so I think that is a wild card that's really, really different. Because I think an assumption across all of these has been, where we've zoned single family, that's the way it's going to be. And I think the fact that now that we don't know how many people are going to, avail themselves of the new law. And so for me, yeah, I don't, nobody knows what the future is, and we're going to have different perspectives. But I do feel like that is a huge unknown. I do want to take action. I do think we do need to. So I'm not saying to delay this, but frankly, all things being equal, I sure would love to know a lot more about the impact of this. And so I guess for me, that's a mitigating factor, even though some of the projections have it going down. The fact that, gosh, you're really getting rid of single family zoning, that's a huge change. And no one really knows what that impact is. So anyway, my 2 cents on that. But if there's interest in bringing back recommendation 7, and if staff thinks I can do that, then yeah, anyway, so.
I'll respond to that.
Yeah.
I don't feel strongly that there must be a recommendation 7. If staff wants to consider whether or not that makes, revisit one more time, and or maybe when we see our next set of numbers, if we need to revisit one more time. I've said my piece on it. I don't want to end up in a position where we're needing to overflow in order to maintain if we don't go far enough with closures. So that's just my concern. So if we think we've addressed that adequately with this, then I don't need to see a 7. But
And I don't want to complicate it either. And my concern is a little different from Lori's, and that is not so much the overflow as the fact that I don't want to revisit this again in 3 years. And that's my worry. But I think if we ask the staff to bring back another recommendation, we're going to be another 2 hours and another however many hours of public comment. I have no idea what we're going to see tonight. But I think it complicates it, and it could delay the decision, and I don't want to delay the decision. So even though I'm not getting my way, and I'm going to pout a little bit about that, I'm okay with not having another recommendation.
All right. Any other thoughts before we go to public comment, or anyone? I mean, we can talk again, obviously, after public comments, but just before.
I just had a couple more random things.
Okay, sure,
And
please.
they're not questions, they're just sort of thoughts. The notion of renaming the schools, I have real mixed feelings about that. So I'd like to know kind of the rationale at some point, and, sort of how all of that. I think the transition plan is really important. I've already said that, and I hope we have huge community involvement in that. I didn't notice on your meeting schedule, I didn't notice that you have any meetings at the receiving schools. For example, Dilworth is getting a huge number of kids. So I wonder if that's important. That's a wonder. And then Stacy, you talked a little bit early on in the meeting about staff reductions. And I assume that those staff reductions will occur over time through attrition, and then we won't have to institute any sort of layoff notices. That's my hope. So that's it. Thank you, Jared.
So when I did want to, if I may, for the renaming of schools, one of the reasons that we brought that forward, that was one of the recommendations that came forward with CAC. And so we wanted to honor that as a consideration and put that back out. We really did, the work that they did, that was one of the areas that they had spent some time on. And I think it came up in a couple of their scenarios or their overall recommendation. So we did want to make sure that we recognize that, where that's coming from. We have talked about the receiving schools. We know that after next week, we wanted to next week focus on the three schools that are directly impacted with the consolidation. We know that we want to then do our new neighborhoods that will be receiving them. So we'll be scheduling those the following week, the following 2 weeks. So we're trying to get as many meetings as we can and before the 14th, so that we really can get feedback from the community as far as that transition plan and be able to bring that back as final part of our final sharing of the recommendations as well.
Great.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Satish, I think, yeah.
No, I think I don't know whether I should be opening up we'll get one more.
Yeah,
After the public
well,
comment,
we
because
can
I have
always
some
keep speaking.
general questions on, like, I know this is highly focused on school consolidation, but how are we overall perspective? I don't want to deviate this, but again, like, did we consider other factors of how the cost cutting and stuff like that when we are looking to these numbers?
So other cost cutting.
Cost or belt
Or
tightening, whatever you
enhancement?
call it as, like, there are, let's say 20 recommendations what we had, and school is one of the things. Like, there are other 15 recommendations could be, right?
Right.
So not necessarily you have to be going through each of that, but I think how are we doing on that? So did it factor, or does it factor here as, like, when you propose this, did that overall number perspective when we are looking into, did you consider all those things?
So I think that's a great question, comment too, that would want to address is that, part of what we've tried to do to avoid the school closures is really doing those costs and those cuts and reductions, not just to staff, but across the board to our departments. We'll continue to look at how we can be cost effective. And, to Phyllis's question about our staff, we're not talking about layoffs due to the closures. We're really looking at ensuring that our staffing level is commensurate with our student enrollment is. So there would be some reductions as we need less people to staff. Those will continue on. We looked at the board levers last time, the last couple of meetings, and none of those really fit into where we are with our district priorities. So I would maintain that we don't want to do the cuts to the classroom staff with SITs and our librarians. That's still part. I think the part that we can do to offset and continue to look at the revenue enhancement is really looking at our leases and truly utilizing every space available that we have leased. We also want to relook at our partnerships with the city and the uses of our facilities with the city and ensure that it's an equitable and a partnership and that it is a benefit for us and a revenue enhancement for us. So I think those areas are going to continue no matter what. I certainly don't want the community to believe that we announced the school consolidations and we're done working at how to be efficient and to save money and to be, that long-term fiscal stability. That's an ongoing process for us that we'll need to continue to look at and look at our leases and look at those possible revenue enhancements. Our Cooper Doodle has kind of been on, I think our numbers are growing and that had been one of our areas. We need to come back and look at our Cooper Doodle. Can we expand that as we move forward? We have our new TK is coming into place in the next couple. So I think there's still a lot of those opportunities that we can look at. Where can we reduce costs that are just fiscally prudent for any business? And then also look at how can we continue with that revenue enhancement. So I don't want those two pieces to disappear in this either.
Yeah, that's what exactly. I want to make sure that because how the focus we are giving for the school consolidation, the same level of focus should be done there as well, because that's also a big portion of our overall plan, right? So because I do not want to end up in just focusing on the school, the things, and just thinking that this we can get what we are looking for, but making sure that those items are given equal priority and probably more looked into, especially with this proposal. There could be a lot of change in the staffing, as the fellow said. So I'm not asking the exact number, but definitely that should be a project. We should have a projection. How, what would be the thing? Like, it's not just the teaching staff or even the school principals or anything, even the administration perspective also. So because a proportional indirectly how we are going to be, there could be, let's say 100 indirect staff is supporting this whole thing. We reduce 1,000 kids, or we reduce 3 schools. So obviously there would be some kind of change happening in the behind the scene as well, right? In terms of supporting staff. So we have to look into that as well and have a projection.
Right. And I would
Satish-
want to make sure that we keep the focus on when we say that we're only looking at closing schools. We are looking at closing schools now because we've done so many of those other steps to even get to this point. That's why we're talking about schools, because we've tried the parcel tax, we've tried the reductions, the layoffs, the cuts in the department. So that's what's resulted in us talking about closing of schools right now. So we've already done all of those strategies throughout. And now that's the reason we're talking about school consolidations.
Yeah, not saying that this is not the right thing, but I just.
So what I was going to say though is we've been talking about all those other things for a lot of weeks and months. And we have data around how much money we've saved on those things. Do you think you at this point need more information than that?
No, I'm not saying that.
I'm not
asking
understanding what you're
No, I
asking
was
for.
asking that let's not lose the focus on that other side of it as well.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
so because
got it.
I feel that a lot of discussion is happening here. I completely agree with you. We have been seeing the data. It's available as well. But with I think with a lot of emphasis on the focus here going.
You just want to make sure. we
Yeah,
don't lose
I'm,
sight of that.
I don't want to use the word afraid, but I don't want at the same time, we have to be, aware, or we have to be cautiously, we have to be looking into the other side also, not losing the priority. And especially with some of this consolidation happening, that could result some more benefit, again, quotation benefits, like, it's not a benefit of, there is some, but there will be some changes, obviously, in terms of overall expense, right?
Yes.
Obviously, it's not just the lease amount of what you're getting. There could be a lot of other savings you're implicitly or indirectly you're getting in.
Right, and that is one of the operational cost of running a school would be the saving part. If you're not operating a school, you don't need a secretary at the school or a principal at school, so all of those.
Yeah,
pieces
not
will be
specific one or two, but I'm saying overall. I think that's all.
I got it. I understand now.
Good, thank you.
All right, thanks, Satish. Lori?
So the only things that I have that I haven't checked off on my list yet. So as you're talking about, finalizing, I guess the next steps with this, I think very briefly it got mentioned about crosswalks and crossing guards. My experience of many years is those things are painfully slow. And it would be super important to me that we would need to have a solution with that. And given the rate at which some of our cities operate with those kinds of things, we could ask them for it now and it could be 3 years before they deliver on it. So I think we need to be prepared with a solution of our own to ensure that we are ready to go with these transitions for those major streets. And then Stacy, you mentioned it in your opening comments, but I just want to concur and re-emphasize, because I know it's been a constant question in the community, that I absolutely concur with the fact that we're talking about leasing out these properties and not with any intention that we are, or at least for myself, would not be in favor of disposing of any of these properties or going through a process looking to sell off or redevelop any of these properties. I mentioned earlier that I grew up in this district. The last round of school closures affected the school that I was supposed to start kindergarten at. They closed Sarah Elementary School the year that I was supposed to start kindergarten, and my parents had bought the house in the neighborhood right around the corner from school less than 18 months before that decision was made by the school board back then. And one of the wisest things that board did was to keep the reserve campuses in this district and to hold on to some of those properties in each of our quadrants. And I think the proof is in the pudding today with the fact that we are able to rely on a steady stream of income from those properties. So I think that I absolutely concur with your opening statement that is our intent with that. And, just want to be as transparent as I can with the community that is my intent. And I know that, again, there's been some talk in the community that there are people who think that there are other priorities there. And I just want to be ultra clear and ultra transparent that is not my intent at all. And I think from what we've heard from others, that's probably the case for my colleagues as well. So that was it.
All right, thank you, Lori. And Sylvia?
So I had a couple, I wanted to plus one, some of the things that Phyllis had said with the previous slide. I absolutely agree. We need to have the same meetings, community meetings at the receiving schools. And the way I kind of am viewing this is that it's not so much that this school is moving into this school, it's that two schools are becoming a new school together, that it's like marriage, right? Like you're joining together and becoming a new family. And so I do think that that's just as important to have that. So I know you said that it's gonna happen the following week or so. And I think that's where that renaming of that school, I think I'm in favor of that. I could see like it being fun, like a contest with the students. I don't know, like we'll let the PTAs and PTOs and staff figure it out, right? But I see how there can be some spirit around that. And then I hope that with the PTAs and PTOs, that there is, you know, some specifically scheduled time to also work with those leaders. Our PTAs, our parent leaders, they do so much at each of our schools, and they really do help set that culture of welcome and consistency. And so I do want them to be a priority in that transition plan time. And then I was just gonna respond, Lori, to the crosswalk thing, because I know at least for the schools in that southeast quadrant, there are currently crossing guards. So because I had I had similar concerns, right? Because I know that there are certain cities where it's just, they're more strapped for resources. But because some of those resources already exist, my hope is that they can be easily shifted to another intersection. So just neither here nor there, but I guess I just wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, it's totally fair. I'm not familiar with the San Jose process as to whether or not they would need a new count. If they need a new count, they may say we have to wait till we have the combined student bodies to get the count, which then means it could be many months till they could justify the guard there. So that's how it works. And I know in Sunnyvale and Los Altos, but I'm to be fair, I'm not sure about San Jose. And I should just add there too, that I wasn't clear in articulating that it's more than just the guards. I think part of it's understanding or trying to anticipate what the new traffic flow will be as well. And trying to help our cities be proactive about what they're going to need to do to support us in those transitions too. So.
And Leslie can share some of the work because she's been working closely with the cities. So I don't know if you have any
So what
update that you can share
what
on
I
that.
wanted to add is that I think it was the end of summer, beginning of fall, actually, the city of San Jose did reach out to us in regards to doing traffic studies. We asked that they put us on the list, but wait until we had an opportunity to discuss with the board, school consolidation and closures. So we are on their list for them to begin meeting with us, springtime or earlier. And so once we know the direction that we're going in, we'll reach back out to them and solidify that so that they can really sit down and study the impact with us, look at the current conditions, look at what they currently have, but then look at what is anticipated. So I know that they're eager to do that, which is great.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. A lot of good things said. I guess I'll just add that, if we adopt these recommendations, we're looking at an extra, I guess $2-3 million here, right, with cost savings and leases. And I'd like to maybe hear a bit more about maybe part of the transition plan or further on is what's the community going to be getting for this? What we'll be using that money for? We've talked about sort of giving back and all that. And so not directly related to this, but to me, it's sort of important to at least hear what the current thinking is around that, of what that money could enable. So I actually also like the idea of sort of the notion of two schools coming together so that they're sort of felt the sort of joint ownership, I guess, as being founders of a new community. So I'll just add +1 to that also. Okay. All right. Is there anything anyone like to add before we go on to public comments? No? Okay. Aaron. Oh yes, please. Of course. Yeah.
3-minute bio break.
Oh yes. All right. So let's do this. So anybody who want to speak, please go ahead and submit a card. We'll go ahead and recess for 5 minutes.
Whatever.
All right. So we'll call a 5-minute recess and 3-minute recess. 5 minutes. Good. 5 minutes. Okay. It's easier to keep track of. Oh, maybe 6 minutes. It's 8:54 right now by my watch. Let's just start at 9 o'clock. Let's just reconvene at 9 o'clock. Folks, if you want to speak, please turn in a card. We'll stop taking cards at 9 o'clock. Thanks very much. All right, we'll recess for till 9.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene. And I think we're about to take public comments for item 11.1. So Aaron, how many how many speaker cards do we have?
We have 34.
34. Okay. Would you folks be good with 2 minutes or
2 minutes is
Yeah,
2
perfect.
minutes is good? Okay, let's set the timer for 2 minutes per speaker, please. And let's bring up our first speakers. Aaron.
Sure, I'll go ahead and name the first four. Tammy D, Priya S, Maya E, K, and Amit P. If you could please raise your hand.
Okay, I see Maya and Anit, so maybe we could go ahead with them first.
Go ahead, Maya.
Okay, Maya, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I am upset and I am emotional, and I know you don't like that from us, but that's what there is. I don't understand how our district ended up this way again. We live in a very well-off area. We pay taxes. We actually do have money, and somehow this money is spent left and right, but not on our children, schools or communities, in a way to help them survive and thrive. Every board meeting, this one too, is all in favor, say aye, and you all agree. You never disagree with each other. You have money for various committees, surveys, and firms. None really benefit any of us and add true value to our children's educations and communities. This so-called Cell Panorama survey, I was reading all the questions, every single one of them. They're not age appropriate, they're not adequate. And I know plenty of schools that have decided not to use this. You want to connect to our students, you want to know social and emotional, get their educators, get their teachers and school staff to connect with them. Offer true activities and in-person connections to build self-esteem, friendships, and stronger together communities. School closures at these times of pandemic are just adding insult to injury and battering our children, families, and amazing school staff who put their heart and soul daily in their jobs. This is the Bay Area, Silicon Valley. I've asked you time and time again, show creativity in your thinking, not just let's close another campus. You can do better than that to help our teams and our schools and our families. How come the public schools are first to go? How come these special alternative schools get to stay? You're voted to serve our community, but you seem to lack any respect, sympathy, empathy to our district families and schools. Our kids are awesome. Our teachers are amazing. We deserve more time, more effort, more money invested correctly in our schools, and more thought and energy from the CUSD K-8 board. It's not too late to try harder. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Maya. Okay, let's bring up Emmett, please.
Hello, can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. So I'm a parent of 2 CUSDK kids, and the primary reason that attracted us to this area is the schools. I'm very concerned with this topic of school closures. In the past year and a half, I guess, the school closures were linked to financial solvency with our LCFF funding as the primary issue. Now, as the students are decreasing, and as has been called out earlier in the meeting as well, we're going to move to community funded status next year. So it does not seem like that's the motivating factor here. Yeah, sure, it's added benefit, but it's hard to understand if that's really the primary factor here. Another reason that I've heard is low enrollment, and likely that's true for all the schools in the neighboring districts as well. So I'm wondering, can you share the same data that you do for low enrollment over the years? Could you show also the same data for budgets? How much has been saved? How much was spent? And just in terms of leasing out the schools, how much we're talking about 2 schools? I think original numbers we had seen were on the order of $500,000 for 1 school that will be saved annually. If we close 2 schools, is that really enough money that we are going to save for our financial solvency? Another factor also to consider is who are we going to lease these schools to if we do end up doing that way? If you're going to call private schools over here, that's just going to cause more and more decline in our enrollment. So I don't see how that solves the enrollment problem at all. So that's where all my concerns lie. And thank you for the opportunity. I would love to hear if I can any of your responses.
Thank you. The other 2 speakers aren't here. Looks like we don't have the hand. So let's bring up the next 4, please.
Mike M, Jennifer G, Lou Z, and Lily L.
Okay, see Mike, so please go ahead here. Well, there we go.
I agree with the staff's recommendation to close the schools and actually Phyllis's recommendation to add one more. I've been following the schools since our child joined in 2009. The schools are wonderful, provided top-notch learning experience for families and children. The staff has dedicated the available programs, including specialist subjects like art, music, along with the top-notch academic programs. However, along with the crazy increase in the price of housing in this neighborhood, we've watched enrollment swell to 1,900 kids and then drop down to 1,400 and is projected to keep falling. I think the optimism about enrollment increasing is wrong. There's too much empirical evidence to the contrary. The current reduction is more than 25%, yet we keep 25 schools open. We need the reduction in facilities to adapt to this change. This is a mismanagement of the resources that the board has not acted on earlier. It is absolutely irresponsible not to close schools. No one wants to close the schools. However, it seems to be the only available answer. The number of children keeps dropping in the schools. The overhead doesn't change.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's welcome our next speaker, please. You please go ahead.
Hello? Hello, you hear
We
me?
can hear you, but
Yes, we can hear you now. Welcome.
Oh, okay. So I live in.
I'm sorry, we lost your audio again.
Hello, you hear me?
Oh, yes, hi. Oh, now we hear you.
Okay, yeah, I live in Mayor neighborhood. It looks like your plan will impact the neighborhood a lot. There's no guarantee, like even for the middle school and high school in the long term for the neighborhood. So I wonder, I mean, what's the school's borders plan?
Okay.
And I think last year the same thing happened, yeah. And we fought for it, but it looks like it comes back to the worst scenario for the Mayor Hertz neighborhood. And the last time you mentioned that this is because of financial reason. I wonder whether this time is still the same and whether you still have some sympathy for the kids and the neighborhood who will be impacted so much.
So we don't respond to comments or questions during the public comment, so we just take them.
Okay, so okay, then I would just want to ask whether this plan is finalized or there's some options or it's still discussion on the table, and whether why you choose Mayor Hertz is it because it's has the most valuable commercial value to and money to the school district. So those questions remain, I think, unanswered to us. And I hope the school board can be considerate and care about the feelings of the parents, the kids, the community of this neighborhood. This is a quite big district covers a lot, but we don't have a neighborhood school left. That just sounds very strange.
Thank you. Let's bring up our next speaker. This looks like Lily. All right, so please go ahead when we mute your mic here.
Hello. Hi. This is Lily. Hi. Thank you so much. I think it's been a tremendous or very long period of time we've been in this together, and I just want to quickly comment something I noticed today. First of all, I was I'm not saying like happy or not happy, but at least we hear the other shoe hit the floor. And the next thing I'm really worried about, if we have more, school will be closing, because it sounds like it's just recommendation. And what's the next step? And the other thing I was noticing so in the rubric, we settle for this final recommendation. I think they are not really very education oriented. I think we are all drawn here for good schools. We bought properties here mostly, I think, including myself, not say all of them, but most of us, maybe a lot of us are buying this for good schools. And I think the good education is not really in that rubric. So I think that's lacking a lot. And I noticed the weight for the potential revenue generating is actually put on higher weight for consideration, like for English learners or low socioeconomic status students. These people, I think, we should maybe giving more weight for consideration of that, because they are really struggling and needing more better education. Because personally, I think education is the best equalizer. And if we are not really considerate for those kids most in need, then rather than think of revenue generating, I think we are missing the point of public education. So yeah.
Thank you, Lily. All right, next is, I think we have Jennifer.
Yes, hi, this is Jennifer Griffin, and you all did a great presentation. This is a highly emotional issue, I can understand. My husband and I are both products of CUSD, and we're both from Homestead and Monte Vista High Schools. In fact, my husband did go to Regnart when he was a child. I am, of course, I wanted to make sure that Sedgwick and Hyde were okay. And I understand that there's a lot of people that are going to be upset. Of course, my schools are okay, I guess, for now. I'm really glad that you all are not doing anything with the middle schools. I don't think it's appropriate at this time, because that's a whole nother kettle of fish, because they're feeding into the high schools. The elementary schools, yes, this is going to be difficult. I really don't want you all to have to close any of them. I am very, very concerned. If anybody, basically the last month of my life has been rolled up in the pro-housing bills. The governor signed SB 9 and 10 last Thursday night. It is, if people are not aware of the impacts of these bills, they need to get on board with what's happening. This is the entire state. You can have fourplexes on any lot in California, barring, and SB 10 is possibly 10 housing units. If they go into effect on January 1st, we're straight out of here like a horse race. We don't know what is going to happen. I don't think it's a good time to close all the schools at this point until you know what the impacts of 9 and 10 are. And I'm glad you're not.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Let's bring up our next four speakers.
Sure, we have Lay S, Bo D, Don Y, and Archana N. If you could please raise your hands.
Okay, looks like we have Dawn up here, so welcome, Dawn.
Hello, board and staff. Very pleased to join you tonight. Thank you for your great presentation. My name is Dawn Ying, and I'm a longtime parent volunteer in CUSD. As a current parent leader in the district, I want to speak to all the parents in the audience tonight who are parent leaders in their schools. Whether you belong to a PTA, a PTO, HSC, or other parent organizations, we all have common goals for our students, our communities, and our schools. We all want our kids to have a wide range of experiences at their school sites, and we want our teachers to be strongly supported by mentors and colleagues who are within reach on a daily basis. We want our students to have many friends and diverse social connections at their school sites. But a small school site doesn't offer these advantages for our students. They can't make a wide range of friends. Their teachers don't have a wide support network within their own grade levels or at the school. And our kids don't have as many after-school programs or extracurricular programs available. My school, where my kids went, had 600 kids. It was very easy to find volunteers, and we had some great programs. I can't imagine trying to do something like that as a parent organization with 400 or fewer parents. Let's take advantage of this. Let's have our schools that are merging talk to each other, get the parent groups together, get the parents together, build a new community. A new school name is a great idea. Work together, bring in all these new people. You'll be able to join all your skills together and create a new environment for your kids with lots of diverse expectations and opportunities for them, and try to make it a joyous occasion. It's something new that we can all embark on together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dawn. Okay, we're ready for our next speaker. It looks like it's Bo, so please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My first comment is that I haven't seen the evaluation of the timeline for CUSD to fall into the basic aid mode. I believe most of our neighboring school districts are on the basic aid funding right now. Not sure, are we far from the criteria? And I anticipate that the change will bring us more funds. The second thought is the CUSD board and all the parents did a really good job in containing the Measure A pass-out tax. I really appreciate. Though it failed to pass, it reached 50%, which is close to the line. I'm wondering, did we get a chance to summarize the lesson we learned and evaluate if it's possible to give another try next year? Another thing I want to see is in the past 2 years, the home sold in our area went up around 40% according to the Redfin data. Even looking at the 5-year range, the trajectory is very low. This is on top of what Jerry mentioned regarding SB 9 and SB 10 bill. I think we should take this factor into consideration when we calculate the student projection. Follow on that, a comment regarding the closing more school. I would say this world changed rapidly. The projection for the next 1 or 2 years maybe shouldn't off that much, but further than that, I'm not sure how accurate it could be. So based on that, I would rather go through this process again when the bad things happen, instead of making a decision to cut more school right now. So the last comment is I hope we can make the waiting list transparent to the parent so that we know the enrollment status. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. We're ready for our next speaker. It's Archana, looks like. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation this evening. I totally understand the enrollment issue that we see everywhere. It's declining. But I think the most heartbroken thing for most of the parents throughout this pandemic and the last 2 years is losing the neighborhood school, because this is something that you look for when you buy a house, the proximity to your house, the school. And now that Melrose people or anybody, the way that they need to commute anywhere, it just does not make sense. So if it would be much easier for anybody to digest the fact that one of the alternate programs is closing, because at the end of the day, that was just a choice. That was just something that they offered extra. But if you don't get it, you still have your neighborhood school. So cutting off a neighborhood school to save an alternate school just does not make sense, because none of the other school districts have that many alternate school programs. At least 1 or 2 at the most, but we have 4. and that 2-3 of them in the same quadrant. So which really does not make sense. And whenever you guys make a decision, I really feel that you should at least move out the neighborhood school. Right now we are talking about getting another site just for them, which is okay, great. But then again, in the same neighborhood, if that would have been moved out somewhere, or just cut out any of the alternate programs to save the neighborhood schools, I think the parents would appreciate that a lot better. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All
Our
right.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
I was going to say our next speakers.
Oh, yes, please. Yes.
We have Deepika S., Wayne K., Santosh R., and Sridhanhar S. If you could please raise your hands.
Hi.
Hi, Deepika.
My
Please
name-
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, dear board members. I think a lot of us were listening to it with a lot of eagerness and a little bit of, and a lot of worry, a lot of scare. Some of us are deeply disappointed. Some of us may not be that much. But what I wanted to point out was each and every neighborhood elementary school is a neighborhood treasure. And that's why we moved into this whole big neighborhood, and losing any one of them is deeply disappointing to all of us. So that is one thing that I wanted to point out. I would like to echo a previous speaker. Alternate schools, I like the concept of alternate schools. Each and every one of the alternate schools has its own unique philosophy. Totally appreciate that. And I like that. But when you try to get into them, it's a lottery school. At the end of the day, it creates haves and have-nots within the community, and that doesn't leave a good taste among many of us. So when it comes down to these crunch situations, when that is favored, it becomes a lot tougher on the neighborhood schools that lose out. But having said that, since there is a consolidation of schools, I would say that I hope that the funds that are gained by closing those neighborhood schools be put to very good use for the neighborhood schools into which these schools are being moved to. And I hope we get new programs, better programs for music, RP, which people shell out on top of the taxes that they pay. And one last thing that I want to say is that the middle schools that are affected by these consolidation closures, it's not clear how they are going to affect in the long term. Because again, in certain quadrants, there are alternate schools contributing to certain middle schools, which is a variable population, whereas you miss out the neighborhood school advantages. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. All right. Next, we have Santosh. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, I'd like to begin by first saying that I'd like to see this board disagree with each other more. You are voted in to represent the diversity of this community. There's 5 of you, and every single time you agree with each other, how are we going to see the district represented on a topic as contentious as this, if even on this topic, all 5 of you are going to agree on everything? And on the one occasion when Satish speaks up, bless his soul, when Satish speaks up on behalf of the real voices of the community, he gets shot down immediately. I'd like to see more diversity of opinion across the 5 of you, because you are the guardians of the district and the guardians of the voices of the parents that you represent. What we hear today is you're closing neighborhood schools and you're adding extra investment in a CLIP school. Why does a CLIP school benefit the entire community? Why do you need to make more investment in a CLIP school? What does the CLIP school represent? Why are we adding more resources there? You spent 3 hours in debate and not a single question was asked on where are the analysis of what cost is being saved. Why are you closing these schools? Is it for financial reasons? Is it for declining enrollment? If it is financial reasons, where is the analysis? I expect at least one of you to speak up and say this slide deck is incomplete, and ask them to go back and come back with a financial analysis of what is the saving. I heard you say you're going to retain staff. If you're retaining staff, what is the actual financial gain and where will it be spent? And if it is enrollment, you can always fix that by load balancing enrollment into the schools that need it. And where does the enrollment number come from? It's arbitrary.
Thank you, Santosh. All right, I think we have Sridhar next. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Hope my audio is coming through fine.
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much, Jerry. So first of all, I agree with earlier whoever spoke and gave the comments that here we are trying to protect alternate schools. I wish board had some similar kind of love and passion towards protecting neighborhood schools. We would have been in better position. Even now in this presentations and various alternatives that are provided, various proposals that were provided, we are talking about biased approach of alternate school having 4 classrooms for kindergartens. Board members didn't question that, and they were questioning why should the neighborhood school have 2 kindergarten classes. I mean, I think there should be some fair love and affection shown towards the neighborhood schools. We will be in a better position. Very soon, if we continue on this path, we will have to close all the neighborhood schools and treat alternate school as the only school in this district. Please be fair to all the schools and show some love towards neighborhood school. They are equally important, or rather more important. Alternative program at the end of the day is an alternative program. Just because you committed to someone that you will dedicate a site doesn't mean that it deserves a dedicated site. Let them be patient. There's no reason to rush through this during the pandemic and create more division amongst the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sridhar. All right, our next set of speakers, please.
Yes, we have Wesley C., Younghu M., Valentin R., and Julie C. If you could please raise your hands.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Wesley. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Wesley Chan. I live in the Dealworth Elementary attendance area. My house is actually closer to Murdoch than Dealworth. I want to point out that the alternative school is just icing on the cake. We have many good neighborhood schools. Keeping the neighborhood school is going to keep the school district still excellent. Without an alternative school, the school is still pretty good. I'm actually not unhappy listening to the proposal that Dealworth is going to survive this closure process. However, I want to use Dealworth as an example to share with the board member a scenario to see how ridiculous it is. Every morning in the school time, the traffic rush into my neighborhood for the alternate school, Murdoch School. And I cannot get out of my neighborhood, so I walk my kids to Dealworth. And then if you think about it, if you are closing Dealworth School, I cannot even have the option of walking my kids to school. I have to drive, and I have to fight through the incoming traffic into Murdoch. Do you see something wrong here? Why are you preferring alternate school over neighborhood school? It just doesn't make sense at all. But in any case, I'm happy that Dealworth is surviving. I think it's an excellent choice, and it makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, it's going to be chaotic in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. I believe Valentin is next, so please go ahead when you're ready.
I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Fantastic. Dear Stacy, Leslie, Jerry, the board, couple of quick notes. Posting the presentation right before the actual meeting is pretty low. move. Speaking between yourselves for 3 hours and cutting comment time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes on such a contentious topic is another low. And let's make something abundantly clear. School closures have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the parcel tax failure, and also in the interest of historical accuracy for all history students out there, 2 subsequent parcel tax failures to the tune of $1 million each. So how much money is the district planning to save by closing 3 schools or 4 schools? Even if you do it, or if you do it, it's going to be a Band-Aid at best, although I don't understand the Band-Aid on what. How much revenue are you expecting to generate by leasing the 3 vacated properties? And if you keep in all the admin and teachers, why even closing the schools? The OpEx is not that big. I also would like to ask, with the decline in enrollment, why did the number of administrators and very highly paid administrators kept steadily increasing over the years? And also, is CUSD going to continue leasing its office on Mary Avenue? Maybe you guys should move to one of the school sites and save money that way. But we all know money is not an issue. You've done an excellent job of driving the enrollment down. So per student, money is actually going to increase. And I'm out of time, sadly, but I have a lot more comments.
Thank you, Valentin. All right, and I think we have Yong Hui next.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. Since the number of enrolled students is 14,000, is it possible to switch to basic aid for the school district? If this is the case, declining students' enrollment is actually a good thing for the school district. And since the students' enrollment already declined a lot from 17,000 to 14,000, while the teacher-student ratio remains the same, did the school district already cut some workforce or will have any plan to reduce teacher staff to accommodate the student number to save some cost? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next set of speakers, please.
We have Manuela S., Cindy T., Will X, and Sonali P. If you could please raise your hands.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Manuela. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to begin by thanking the staff for a very well thought out presentation and for all the hard work that went into it. I want to echo some of the sentiments that I've heard throughout the other speakers tonight. Just recognizing how hard this is for everyone, and including in that everyone, all of the staff members and our board trustees that are involved in this process and that are having to make tough recommendations and tough decisions and bear the brunt of the emotion that this creates in the parent community. And so I'd like to recognize that and thank you all for this important contribution. It's hard, but it's necessary in order to maintain the high quality of education that we want for all our kids. And so it's an important step for our district. You know, as Glennon Doyle says, we can do hard things. And I think that this is an important opportunity for us as community members to model resilience and to model a growth mindset for our kids. This is what we preach at our schools. These are the kinds of adults that we want them to develop into. And so let's show them what that can look like. Let's show them what a community coming together towards a constructive process and rebuilding community around adversity or around a situation that isn't necessarily what any of us would want to have to go through, but still go through it in a positive light. And finally, just to conclude my thoughts, I think that the recommendations address well the declining enrollment in our schools in the southern end of our district. I think that we could perhaps think about other ways of creatively distributing enrollment throughout the northern end of the district as an addition to the recommendations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think next up we have Will.
Hi, this is Will here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, so we are back here again. I think last year we have been discussing closing schools, so now it's really happening. Is that right? I hope not. So I want to say we are closing now, proposing closing 3 schools, and I believe your excuse or your reason is reduced enrollment. And I would like to question, so I'm a parent from Mayor House, and your proposal is to put the whole Mayor House into Eaton. So I'm questioning, like, are you really closing too many schools? Because I think Mayor House as of now for the neighborhood program would have more than 250, 260 something, right? And merging into Eaton will create more than 600 students school. Are you actually creating another unbalanced enrollment, making even less students in the southwest quadrant, and which might create future problems? So that's one thing. Another comment is creating such a huge school at Eaton. Do you really think we are increasing the educational quality? I would believe Eaton is a smaller campus than Mayor House currently is, and you are in such a short period and make it more than 600 students campus. Is that really you want to do and still believe that you can ensure the educational quality? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. And I believe Sonali is next. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. I thank all the parents who are sitting here and listening and making all the comments and talking their mind. I'm not sure if the comments are going to make any difference right now because we are making comments from last year. So everybody knows that low enrollment is not the problem. We always keep on harping on low enrollment, but the problem is we are getting less money per child. And we want to do something about it. We need some representation and change that. And as other parents said, we have to move towards basic funding. And what are we doing for that? So we should be okay with low enrollment because we will reach that sweet spot where we will turn into a basic district. And there are other solutions proposed, and I never heard about that, like why we are not doing why we are not doing anything about them. And I personally I would have been okay with closing school if I thought that CUSD had done everything. But right now, if I see there is a discrepancy in the presentation, I look at Blue Hill and Regnard, and Regnard is recommended to close and Blue Hills is not. And I'm not sure why. And I don't have anything against Blue Hills, but I see that Blue Hills has less number of rooms. And I see that Regnard is 237 kids on 2026, where Marina development is right around the corner. Valco development will be there. And Blue Hills is showing 325 kids in 2026. I'm not sure how. So that presentation and the numbers, they don't make any sense. So, and there is anyway, my time is over. So thank you.
Thank you, Sonali. Well, let's welcome our next set of speakers, please.
Yes, we have Will F, Cece, Amy P, and Jung Hae L. If you could please raise your hands.
Okay, Cece, we're gonna unmute your mic. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, hi, this is Cece.
I'm from Maya Halls. I I don't even know where to start. I'm sorry to be frank and direct here, but all I hear regarding closing Maya Halls is because it has better commercial benefit, as Maya Halls has a larger, property site. I feel so sad about all this. I just feel like why my hosts need to suffer through all, losing their beloved schools. There's no public hearing, and we feel like we don't have any say in all these decisions. We vote for our board member and trust you guys will represent us, and most importantly, our kids. This change will impact so many kids for so many years, decades, right? Have you ever considered the consequence? Can you all bear the consequence? And we will all remember you guys are the members who close our site, our schools. And also, like a lot of, previous prior speaker mentioned, why you guys favor clip schools, that, than neighborhood schools. This is just not reasonable. Also, I believe Lori mentioned, I could be wrong, maybe a Silver, maybe Lori, someone mentioned that most Myoho students probably want to go to attend Dewar instead of Eton. So have you guys done any researches and surveys? Because I know you need to understand what the student or the kids want, right? Or the parent want. You're representing us. And we feel like we just like so helpless here. And why can't we just move Clip to why can't we just move Clip to somewhere else, not inside our school, and consolidate Muir and Myhost and Dilworth if that's something we really need to do?
All right, thank you, Cece. I think Jung Hae is the next speaker. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to say thank you for considering multiple factors and community input during this very challenging process. And especially, I really appreciate the district recommendation on maintaining the current middle school boundary as it is. I think that's very important to many neighborhood. And I have one comment on the safety issue. If the students in the Meyerholz neighborhood go to Eton, they have to cross Bollinger. And I personally witnessed multiple car accidents at the intersection of Bollinger and Alderbrook in the past few years. So I am a bit concerned about potential traffic accidents at this location, which may involve CUSD families after school boundary change. Hence, I wonder if CUSD can seriously work with cities to install traffic signal there. So that's one of my comments. And in addition, my expectation, just like other speakers, is that many minority families would prefer Dilworth over the Eton because of the busy road crossing issue. So in that regards, I wonder how many spots would be available for priority open enrollment for minority families in Dilworth. In other words, I wonder how realistic for minority students to get into Dilworth through priority open enrollment. So yeah, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I think Amy is our next speaker. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, so I'm a parent of two Regnart children, and my younger daughter basically missed half of kindergarten, all of first, and now she's in second. And now I'm going to have to tell her that for third grade, she's going to be moving to another school. My plea to the board is for Regnart, I understand that maybe you have to split us, but if there's any way to keep these kids together, I think it will be very beneficial to them. And I know Sylvia had brought up this point, and I think I've been on this journey with you guys for 2 years, so I understand, school closure is imminent, right? We kind of saw that, and I understand that, but that is my only plea to the board is if you have to close Regnart, then please keep us together, because splitting them apart will be so hard for these kids. And my other plea is similar to what the other parents said. I mean, I don't think it's fair. I moved to Cupertino to have a good neighborhood school, and now, one child is going to eventually be at Blue Hills and the other child's going to be at Kennedy. So that's like opposite sides of Cupertino that I have to drive to get to drop off both children. Why are you closing again neighborhood schools versus alternative schools? Like other parents said, that's a choice school. You have to do a lottery in order to get in. And I don't think it's fair that you're closing down neighborhood schools and not even considering alternative schools. And what I've noticed is, once again, we're only looking at Cupertino schools. We're not looking at schools that are outside of Cupertino in 2 of the other cities. And why is that? If I have to go to Blue Hills, my kids have to cross Saratoga, Sunnyvale and go through Prospect. That's not fair. That's not a neighborhood school. That is a very far school from where I live. And I urge you guys to consider the options that you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Amy. Let's welcome our next speakers, please.
We have Samaya, Sophie Q, Shang Lin Y, and Zi Hu. If you could please raise your hands.
Okay, I think Zi Hui is our next speaker. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. In today's meeting, I feel really sad and helpless because I think last year I joined a lot of meetings and made a lot of comments together with all the other community members. But I feel like none of our comments got considered by the staff or the board. And also, as a lot of other members mentioned today, we feel like the board does not question the staff while they are presented those recommendations. Because behind those recommendations, we do not have any data. There is no transparency in how those recommendations were made, how the decision is made. We hope to have more data and understand how these things are going through in the background. Because last time they said it's about money, and today they say it's not about money. And we heard many times that it is for the benefit of the kids. But while the benefits of the kids for the Maya house here, I'm a Maya house parent. I feel really sad about my kids. The impact to them is for decades. We chose to come to Cupertino to be in such a good school district, but eventually it turned out that they have to be split over to the other side of the Bollinger, which is already very crowded and dangerous for them to cross over. So have you ever considered the problem that the parents and the whole community is meeting with such a decision? I really urge the staff and board member to have more communications with the community that are being sacrificed with all the proposals. I think my house is the one that got the biggest hit. So I really urge you to consider all the voice from the my house community. Yeah, and also like Eaton, we all know that Eaton is not something like the my house parents would like to choose. So please consider the my host community's voice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's welcome our next speaker. Please go ahead. Senling, please go ahead.
Okay. So this is Shani. I'm a parent of Mara host kids. So first of all, I want to echo the comments from the earlier parents. Like alternate school cannot stay while neighborhood school is gone. So this is just a fair, that's not fair. So it's purely unfair for all the neighborhoods, like parents and kids there. So it's not acceptable. Another things I want to ask, like Mara site, if it's actually closed, what you are going to use for that? So it will be a private school or some commercial, like a store or something like that. We need to know because we are the, apart from the parents, are also the homeowner around here. Also, Eaton School is not acceptable for the Marho's parents. As mentioned before multiple times, it will causing the major traffic. So it's not safe for kids and it's not practical for parents to drive there. So it's just not a choice for us. On the slides, I saw your mention some priority enrollment means like how much we want to know like how much guarantee we will get. Like when there is an opening, we can go, and there is no opening, we cannot go. Like that kind of a priority, or you need to make it very clear to the parents over there. And also the current, you mentioned like kids continue to enroll in the Miller and the like Miller school. So this is applied for the current Marhost kids or the current Miller kids in the Marhost neighborhood. Got to make it very clear. So for the further future for the Limburg, We are here for the Lynbrook High School. So how much guarantee we can get, we will go to Lynbrook. But first of all, I really don't think closing Marhouse is an option, and we will fight for that. Guess we'll see you in the town hall meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sunling. I think you and our next speakers, please go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. First, I want to comment about the format of the comment. I wonder why can't you just have a Q&A session such that people's comments can be answered? I feel people comment a lot, but they never received any answers, or just whatever the comment is, they are just going to be ignored. So that's my first comment. The second comment is I attend a few like Cupertino board, school board meetings. Very sadly, every time I feel people are criticizing. So this is some sad situation. I wonder whether you folks have thought about why as a community we end up in such a situation. The third comment I'm going to give is about the school closure reasons. Looks like this time it's not very clear about whether it's financial or no enrollment. And we have heard rumors like it's not really about low enrollment. Some schools, they have very long wait list, but the kindergarten class was not, they said that it's not available. So I wonder whether it's just some intentional or some excuse. The fourth comment is about the mayorhoods. I think it's this community is going to be impacted a lot. I wonder why, I mean, whether there is, what's the decision process to choose closing mayorhoods? It's a very big site, and also in the proposal seems that there's no guarantee the middle school and high school feeder pattern will be guaranteed in the incoming years. Have you thought about the impact to their kids, whether it's fair to their families? Okay, that's my comments. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Now let's welcome our next speakers.
That concludes public comment that was turned in on time.
Great, thank you, Aaron. All right, bring it back to the board. Let's see, we'll bring this back as a discussion action on October 14th. Are there any other questions, comments anybody would like to raise? Phyllis, we'll start with you.
I appreciate the comments that you tonight. I certainly understand the emotional impact of this action that we're taking.
Okay, I appreciate the comments that we heard tonight. Thank you to all the speakers. I certainly understand the emotional impact that this has on our community. And I believe, though, that in the interest of all of our students and in providing the programs that we want to provide for all kids, that this is the way we need to go. So I appreciate hearing from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Let's see, Satish, I think. Yes.
Yeah, so I have one, I think generally I'm doing some math on the, on the consolidation portion of it, Stacy. So I think going back to my older question, like the new Eaton, it's like roughly about 670 we were talking because of the merge between, Mayor Halls and Eaton. Whereas the Dilworth is 275 plus Mayor is 237, that's about 512. Okay, so basically roughly about 150 or 160 kids difference between Dilworth and Eaton, right? So Mayor Hall's students will get priority in Dilworth, right, as per this, right? They can enroll, right? So is there how do we know that? Is there like a certain numbers, like let's say just for our talk, Dilworth will be 600 or something like that, right? So if it is 600, just for our talk, about 100 kids would be able to go from Mayor Halls to Dilworth if needed. Okay, again, balancing between these two, and who is having a real concern about crossing the roads or all those kind of things, because majority of the Mayor Hall's parents, let's say, they prefer to go to Dilworth over Eaton because of various reasons, right? Like one could be the main thing could be multiple crossroads and all those things, let's say, right? So is there anything which you can look into as well? Because we are saying they get priority. What does it mean? Like is there is there a number ceiling, or is it we are already capped, or that kind of information is not there right now?
So what are numbers we would look at what the capacity of Dilworth currently is with the number of classrooms? And as we look at the projection of the number of Muir students that will join Dilworth, then we would know what the available space is for that priority enrollment for how many students from the Meyerholtz that would be able to get in. We always have to remember that there's open enrollment, that some of our students that attend those two areas may not want to attend Dilworth or Muir, and they may open enrollment to the other. So there is a little bit of fluid there as we look at our numbers, but we know what the capacity of the schools are. So that would be our max capacity that we'd be able to take in at that.
Okay, so I think at present Dilworth will have, okay, only Muir is actually, you're consolidating with Dilworth, and the other priority is only for Meyerholtz practically, right? So there's a good chance actually, if we are having a higher number there, they can get into there.
There will certainly be opportunities for the Meyerholtz parents or Meyerholtz students to enroll in Dilworth as a open enrollment, priority open enrollment. Yes.
Okay, thank you. This information is important for me.
Thank you, Satish. See you, Lori. Yes.
Okay. So, I do want to absolutely thank the community for the comments. I want to acknowledge all of the time and work and effort that has gone on as a part of this entire process by all of our stakeholders. I think our staff has worked incredibly hard on this. I know the board has worked very hard on this. And I know the community has worked very hard on this for a number of years. These are, as I said earlier tonight, and I think as one of the commenters said, hard things. And we can do hard things because it's for kids. Nothing about this is easy, but I strongly feel that for all of the reasons that have been true all along, from our financial status to our declining enrollment, to the things that we want programmatically for our kids, to being able to maintain and hopefully continue to improve on the wonderful tradition of high quality education in CUSD, that this is the path forward for us. So as hard as it is, this is, I think, from my perspective, the way that we have to move forward, and hopefully it's together, because that is the only way that we're going to weather this. These schools belong to the students and the parents that are in them now, but they belong to the entire community, and they are for the benefit of the students that are in them now, and for the students that will be in them years from now. So it is with no small amount of the weight of this that I, consider all of this, but also know that what I want for all of the kids in this district now and in the years to come is that we can continue to provide a wonderful, high quality education, and we can't keep putting these decisions off. We have to make them as hard as they are. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. And Sylvia.
I also want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge that this is a very emotional topic, an emotional decision. And I think Stacy said it earlier, there is no perfect solution in which no one experiences some loss. But I have to, as a board member, and I think as a community member, I have to look at what's best. We have to look at what's best for the students. And as a district, we've promised the richest, best educational experience that they deserve. And that ultimately is what has to be at the top of our minds when we're making these decisions. And I'll tell you, I'll be honest, I'm a former Meyerholtz is my neighborhood school. I love Meyerholtz. I'm sad. It breaks my heart to see this recommendation because I've invested in that campus. My family, we were part of the group of parents that put in the second playground. We have great memories there. But so I feel for these communities. I feel it because it feels like such a loss. But I think we have to remember that what feels like a loss isn't necessarily a loss. It's a change. And change is hard. But on the other side of that change, and that change is a routine, or that change is in drop off or pickup. And on the other side of that change is going to be a richer experience for our students, for our children, to have more resources, to have more kids to play with, to have more programs, to have more parent volunteers, so that there can be more field trips and more art and music and sports. And I think just what is gained is so much more than what is going to be lost. And in the end, as a district, that's really what our responsibility is. And so I think those are the things I'm thinking about as we're making this decision, as we're looking at the proposals. I think I've mentioned before, I just sent off our oldest to college. So we're experiencing some new life experiences, life stages in our family, but it also is reminiscent of every time I've had to change schools, which is at 5th grade, at 8th grade, at 12th grade. And, each time we change schools because the kids are graduating or moving on or getting older, it's hard, it's scary because you don't know what's next. But, it's unfamiliar, but at the same time, you're doing it with a group of people. Like when my kids moved from 5th grade to 6th grade, we did it with a community of people. And it's the same here. We're doing it with a community of people, and it's not alone. And so I think that's important. And I'm glad that that's part of the transition plan is such a priority. I think that there are things that we as a community and we as a board have prioritized. The middle school feeder pattern staying the same is important, and I'm glad that that's there. The high school stability, the high school feeder pattern, although, like you said, we don't have control over that, but, assuming it stays the same, that's the same. And so I think those are things that we've identified as priorities, and I appreciate the staff putting those priorities in making these proposals. So I guess, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We love all of our schools. Everybody loves their own school. We all love our schools, but we love our students more. And in the end, it's the students that matter, not the buildings. And so I think that's kind of where I'm at right now.
All right, thank you, Sylvia. I lost Wi-Fi. I don't know, Satish,
that's
did
the
you?
same thing, yeah.
So I no longer am in Zoom. It doesn't show up. I can still run the meeting, but just so you know, I'm not in Zoom. I can't really see the speakers and all that for the time being. Gosh, okay. So I want to, I think pick up on the theme that my colleagues have said here. I just want to echo this, which is really thanking the staff for these set of recommendations. This has been a long journey that we started over a year ago, and I really appreciate, I can see there's a lot of thought that's gone into this. I think both in, just in the discussions tonight and really thinking through, and the way it's structured and all that. I think, I starting back at sort of principles, I feel like we have some structural issues in the district. I think if we were to design a district from scratch from today, given where the students are, I'm not sure we locate the schools where they are today, right? Things have changed. And so what I felt is over the years, what we've been doing is been using operational processes to compensate for really structural deficiencies. That causes problems when you're running an organization. I manage people for a living. one of the things I think about on decisions is, is this a structural problem? Is this an operational problem? And I believe there's a structural issue here, just in terms of how we deploy our resources, what our resources are relative to where the students we serve. It's not a simple matter to just say, oh, we can balance the students, because we can't send a bunch of students from Stockelmeyer down to Blue Hills. It's just, they're to a certain extent not fungible. So recognize there's an issue there. I think the recommendations, I'm still sort of thinking through them. I think some of the things that stick in my mind is really the unknown impacts of SB 9 and SB 10 and how that's going to do to housing. I do recognize that that's not going to, it's not like next year or 2 years or even 3 years from now that all these houses are going to pop up. But I do recognize that whatever we project, chances are these bills that the governor passed is going to increase the density in our neighborhood. That's the intent. That's why they push this through. So, I think one of my first questions was the 2, 3, and 4. I'm still sort of thinking about that. I think another one that's been picked up I think Lori brought it up or some others, is the sort of Regnart, this whole, splitting off into sort of 2 schools. I know it's not ideal. I think Lori had proposed one solution is to have multi-layer priority scheme. There's got pluses and minuses, but geographically, where it's located, I'm not sure, if I were staff and Stacy's on the board, I'm not sure what I do to solve that problem. It's unfortunate. And so, well, I'll just sort of add that. Maybe that's something we might get some ideas through our community engagement in the past weeks. There may be some ideas that we just hadn't considered. And then, gosh, and I think, and then just again, we're freeing up some OpEx here. I mentioned this earlier. Really like to just hear more about what, and I think this is, what are, by closing and consolidating a couple of these communities, what are we able to do for the rest of the CUSD, rest of the students? I think that's an important piece. And so it's an ask for bringing back next time. But again, want to thank the folks for sticking with us and for the comments. Feel free to write. I know not everybody can make it tonight. And so if you have any comments and suggestions for us, please do feel free to write us at the board@cusdk.org. So with that, that's all my comments. Let's see, before we move on, any other thoughts from anyone on the board?
I thought I was asking question. I did not make any final comments, but I think just before the public comment, I made already my comments. But only one thing which I want to re-emphasize here is, of course, I asked about the other OpEx and stuff like that, which we talked. Anyway, I don't want to repeat that, but I think from the specific to the schools, these 2 schools, so that's what I was harping on, these numbers and other things. Regnart and Mayor House, I think let's see that what is the best which we can offer right back in terms of, I think, like kind of like giving priorities and things like that, and as less disruption as possible, kind of, right? I understand that there are some challenges, but definitely these 2 schools, we should, it's very sensitive, and we have to make sure that as much as possible we can help them out. I'm very happy that this middle school pattern is not changing, because that is one of the key reasons right now, which again, a lot of people are there around, and we had to kind of like an assurance we had to give that community specifically about because that some of the questions came about the middle schools, right? So middle schools, definitely that's not going to be changed, kind of that assurance we need to give. And that's it. I think the upcoming the town halls or the special meetings which you are going to have, we can clarify as much as possible and make sure that we can make sure that what best which we can offer we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Satish. Any other comments for Stacy? Did you? Oh, please
I'll
go
say
ahead.
one other thing that I meant to and didn't. I want to urge us all to be cautious. All of our schools are beloved. All of our schools are award-winning. Every single CUSD school is either a blue ribbon school or a distinguished school. They are wonderful school communities, every single one of them. And I understand the frustration that I think must be out there, but I also want us to be collectively as a community very mindful of honoring all of our wonderful schools as they exist now and as they will exist as we move forward. That's all.
Thank you, Lori. Stacy, did you have any?
I think I would just want to reiterate and acknowledge that these are difficult conversations. These are difficult times for our families to go through, to sit and listen when their school is identified as a possible closure. But what I also want, to keep in everyone's mind is any situation is what you make of it. And so if we can all embrace that this is going to happen and make it into a positive, because if we share with our students that this is awful, that they're going to be consolidated into new school, then that's what they carry away with. But if we really share that positive opportunity that we get to join new friends in a new neighborhood, a new experience. And yes, it's a little scary with the change as we've all gone through, but there's so much positive that's going to come out of it. So each of us, if we can model that for our students and our children, I think that's so important, because we are here as educators, and this is an opportunity for us to be the teachers and the leaders to our students and show them when you're faced with challenges, and they may not be things that you like or want to do, there is and can be a positive outcome to it, and you need to embrace and be part of that. And it does bother me when parents don't feel like they have had a voice or had their questions answered. And so I just strongly encourage, join our town hall meetings. We have a wonderful participation. We do try to answer the questions. We're available by email. We have town halls set up. We'll continue to set those up, because your questions are so important, because we live this every day. And so we have the answers. And sometimes we have to stop and think, wait a minute, we need to hear from the parents, because they may not have all the information that we do. And so I do welcome the questions. And I know sometimes we feel like the same question comes up again and again, and we have to answer it. And that's okay. We're okay answering that question again, because we are, as an entire group, are going to move this district forward and have that high quality education and those extraordinary experiences at every school or any school that you go to in this district.
Great,
So
thank you. Thanks, Stacy. Okay, all right, let's move on then to the action items. So we have two action items tonight. The first is 12.1. It's the sufficiency of the instructional materials for the school year.
We don't have a presentation.
Right.
This was just bringing back
From
information last time.
Right, okay. Could I get a motion, please?
I'll move 12.1.
Thank you. Lori, can I get a second?
I second.
Thanks, Phyllis. All right, let's any comments? If not, let's go ahead and vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion, the resolution passes 5-0. The next one, 12.2, it's the waiver for the district advisory committee.
We discussed this at some length at the last meeting.
Pardon me?
We discussed this at the last meeting.
Yes,
So
this
I'd
is
like
just
to-
coming forward, and this just allows us to continue with the application to the
Right,
state.
so
to
I'd
waive.
like to move that we approve that.
Okay, so we have a motion. Could I get a second, please?
I can second it.
Thank you, Sylvia. All right, I did have a question. Last time I did bring up the question of whether or not EDCO, my reading of EDCO was that we actually did not even need a waiver, because it literally says, before 2014, it's not necessary if the site's never been used. So I was wondering, did we get a chance to check with legal about that?
We did, and legal had a slightly different interpretation that we would still need to pursue the waiver.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to share that in the weekend brief if you.
Sure, and if you could put that in there, appreciate it. All right, I'm good. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, we can go ahead and vote. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on, item 13.1, board activities and committee reports. Anybody like to go?
I have nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay, I don't have anything either. All right. That was quick. And then moving on, 14.1, agenda setting. Is anything anyone like to propose as an agenda item for a future meeting, at a future meeting? No? Okay, all right. Now moving on, item 15, go ahead and adjourn the meeting here at 10:10 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.